Welcome, everyone. Okay, we're going to get started here. It's going to be a long afternoon with a very exciting agenda, but if you can all take a seat, please. We need both to leave at 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay. We can wait on the, we can just say hello and welcome, and that's all we're doing. I know. Yeah, whatever.
And then you guys can wait a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
He's one of the professors here, Enrique Chamorro.
What's his name?
Enrique Chamorro.
Oh, no, I was thinking
I don't think you need that. Okay. I want to welcome everyone on behalf of the IE Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center. We're very proud of the fact that we've now started in the school, in the business school, the Search Fund Lab. This is the second cohort, which is running right now. And I want to also thank, in particular, Paz Ambrosi and Enrique Chamorro. They're playing such an important part of the lab and have been instrumental to creating the next 2 days of agenda where we're going to bring together some of the top investors and experts in the search fund industry here in Spain. And so with that, I want to give the word now to the Dean of the Business School, Lee Newman.
Thanks, Paris. Thanks for setting up the Search Fund, and thanks again to Paz and Enrique, and thanks to all of you for coming here for this event. I just wanted to share a few quick words about how we're thinking about this in the larger context of the crazy world we're living in these days and all the uncertainty that I think we're all seeing in the economies and in business in general. So I just wanted to set a little context in the sense that, I mean, when we think about the economy and where things are going, even before AI, we were starting to see a reduction in income to labor, right? I mean, the labor in the economy has been going down a bit, and there's been a rise of capital. And I think now, with AI, all bets are off, right? I mean, so we're already starting to see now AI replacing tons of jobs. And you know, if you look at the different forecasts from the consulting firms and the different agencies that are out there, you know, there's some pretty dire predictions about the future role of labor. And when I say labor, I mean there's frontline blue-collar labor, but then there's, you know, the kinds of labor that we call ourselves, right? I mean, white-collar professionals, business professionals, highly skilled professionals. So lots of questions about a model that has been in place for at least a century, which is that, you know, you get skills, you get training, and then you go out there and you get a job, and you get remunerated, you get paid to do that job, right? And you're part of the labor element of the economy. But what does the future look like as AI starts to take over a lot of the labor? And I don't have all the answers. I'm sure you have your hypotheses like I do and like everybody does. One hypothesis that we're thinking about in the business school is that basically we might be moving to an economy that is much more heavily based on capital, and the word we're using is capital mobilization, right? So right now, when we think about what we do in business school, we do a lot of skills training, train our students to get jobs in certain functions, functional areas, certain roles, and we skill them up and they get those jobs and then they get paid to do those jobs. And that's great, that model's been around for a century or more. But then there's always been these entrepreneurs, these Monday people, as Paris always refers to them as, the Monday morning people, the people who love Monday morning. And they've kind of worked outside of the standard economy, right? I mean, they've said, look, I don't want to be in labor. I want to be on the capital side of an economy, creating value by mobilizing capital. And so I think that's a lot of what we're thinking about in terms of where we go as a business school. I mean, 80%, is it, Paris, of the students that come into IE Business School, when you poll them, say, I'm interested in entrepreneurship in one way or another. That's really high for business schools, and that number at other business schools is probably more like 10 or 15%. So we have all these people that come in saying, I'm interested in entrepreneurship. So the way we're thinking about it is that really entrepreneurship is about capital mobilization. And we've been working on a framework, Paris and I, and the Entrepreneurship Center and the Business School, where we say, look, at IE Business School, there really are 4 ways to pursue entrepreneurship, to be a capital mobilizer. The first is to build it, right? So startups, the classic way we all think about it. So go get capital, start it, create value, and see where that goes, right? And so that, we've always had students doing that. But then there's another model besides build it, which is join it, right? Which is this giant corporate ecosystem that many big companies have that ranges from incubators and accelerators all the way through to M&A. Like they buy the startup when they can't do it themselves, right? So there's the join it option, which is mobilizing capital within a lower risk environment, but still doing entrepreneurship. Then there is the fund it model, right? Which is working in private equity, angel investing, venture capital, whatever it might be, raising money and mobilizing that capital to fund people who are going to use it to create value. And then there's the fourth, which is really the subject of why we're here for the next 2 days, which is basically buy it and run it, right? Entrepreneurship through acquisition, search funds, and everything that falls under that umbrella of entrepreneurship through acquisition. So that's sort of how we're thinking about it, is that maybe we need to start investing much more in thinking about building capital mobilization skills for our students. How do you source that capital, and how do you deploy it in ways that will generate the highest amount of value? And thinking about capital not only as financial capital, but tech as capital, data as capital, people in a certain sense, human capital and social capital as well. So that's kind of what we're focused on. You can build it, you can join it, you can fund it, or you can go out and buy it and run it, which is the subject of the next 2 days. So thanks for being here. We hope you enjoy the today and tomorrow, and big round of applause for the people who organized this again. Thanks very much. So now we turn things over to, I think we're going to wait a little bit for Paz. Are you taking over? Are you ready to mobilize? Great.
Can you hear me? Yep. Okay, thank you. And you guys, let's try. Yep. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Newton. I'm a professor and investor of search funds ever since some 12 years ago. And I'm very happy to be here and share these moments with you guys. We have an amazing panel today. I thank you, the organizers, Paris, Enrique, Paz, for the big effort of gathering so many people from the industry. And welcome. We will have an interactive panel, so I'll ask you guys to have your phones on your hands so that you can collaborate with us and help us to have the debate. This panel is mostly focused on the cap table and the board formation, and therefore I'm sure with the names we have here, I will ask you to introduce yourselves very briefly. We'll have a great conversation for us to enjoy and learn and spend a good time here together. Okay, thank you, welcome.
Thank you, Newton. Hi everyone, very pleased to be here with all of you. My name is Angel Alvarez. I am the co-founder of ALSA Capital Partners, which is a fund of search funds. We've been investing in the ecosystem since 2018. We've invested $120 million so far on the ecosystem, invested in 150 search funds, and we currently have a portfolio of 80 operating companies. We already exited 13 companies as well. Personally, I've sat in 7 boards, 4 of which we already exited, another 3 that I continue to be on the board right now, both in Spain, Mexico, and the US. And previous to that, as many of you know, I was a searcher. I launched my search fund 12 years ago in 2013. We bought our company in 2015, a private university of Mexico City. Grew it a lot, both organically and inorganically, and exited in 2018 to a private equity fund with a very great exit for our investors. Thank you.
My name is Alfonso Osorio. I am investment director at One-to-One Asset Management, which is a 35 million fund that invests mainly in Europe. So far, we have invested in more than 60 search funds, and we currently have 12 portfolio companies. I am at the board of 2 of them, and we keep investing for the following years.
Thank you. Hi everyone, great to be here. Thanks for organizing. My name is Mauro. I'm an investor at JB46. We are a very active ETA investor, having invested in more than 180 entrepreneurial projects across Europe and the Americas. We've backed 40 portfolio companies, and we have the privilege of having done so with everyone on this panel, so it's great to be here.
Hi everyone, thanks Newton, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Simon. I'm one of the 2 founding partners of Istria, which we launched almost 10 years ago now. We have invested across 2 different funds in 170 plus search funds at the search stage, and then we have a portfolio of around 60 companies. I'm sitting in the board, or I have sat in the board of 11 or 12 of them across different countries in Europe. Pleasure to be here.
Nice. Great, amazing. For us that work with search funds daily, we know how much knowledge is here. And it's very nice to remember that search funds are a very collaborative way of becoming an investor or an entrepreneur, and we often collaborate with each other, which is really a privilege. So I would like, before we start, just to know a bit more about you guys. If you can switch, please, for the Mentimeter. I ask you to connect to this QR and answer the questions. Those of you who are at home, watching from home, can also participate. And basically, we will learn from each other. We have Okay, so shall we start? Oops. Here, okay, sorry. This is the question, the first question. So how do you describe your role today? And let's take a look at how it evolves. The code is on the top if you couldn't join by the QR. So you just have to go to menti.com and use that code. Let's wait a bit. Interesting. So we have about 25%, a quarter of the audience is aspiring searchers, 35% investors, 27 current searchers, more or less. Good. Now the next question is which age group do you belong to? So we have an idea of the audience. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Mostly in the range of 35 to 44, which is the average age of the ecosystem. Good, thank you. And finally, the last one to open. How do you define success in search funds? So take a read at these options. They are: I want to acquire and lead a great company. I want to exit with strong returns. I want to build a legacy business. I want to invest in many successful searchers, or I want to learn, teach, and mentor searchers. And finally, I still don't know, that's why I'm here. Let's see. So top two are, I want to build a legacy business. Interesting. I think this is a trend from what I've been perceiving. And I want to invest in many successful searchers. Good. Thank you. Okay, so let's begin. We divided the panel in two parts. The first part is about cap tables. And we open with another question for you, which is how important is that most investors come from the search fund ecosystem versus outsiders? So please answer. We won't see the answers so far. The answers are hidden there. We'll see soon. But then I start, while you answer, by asking the panel. And I will start with Angel. The same question. How important is that most investors come from the search fund ecosystem versus those that don't?
So for us at ALSA, it is very important that most of the investors come from the search fund ecosystem. Obviously, we're open to having a few units sold to people that don't come from the ecosystem. But again, most of you answered that you're looking to build a legacy company, and the legacy company is based on you guys, but also on the cap table, the value that the investors and the board can provide to all of you. They can, work as thought leaders, guiding you and so on. So to us, it is very important. To a certain extent, the thing that we value the most is the team or the searcher itself. But again, if we don't see a strong cap table around and people that we know, people that we trust, people that we know that have been there, have been on boards, they do have a critical eye to identify the right company, we don't feel as comfortable. So the reality is, to us, it is very important to have a cap table with a majority of the investors coming from the ecosystem.
Thank you.
The good thing is that there are so many investors on the ecosystem that it is not hard to find that.
As it used to be, right?
As it used to be back in the day when I raised a search fund.
Yeah. Before you compliment, let's see what people said. In their case, let's say 3.5 out of 5 consider that is, relatively important, let's say. I would pass the question to Alfonso, and of course, if you want to comment as well, but Alfonso,
Well,
please.
I totally agree on what Angel has just said. From our point of view, is that is it following the model? So being a search fund investor means that you need to follow a model, no? So if all the investors that are in the same cap table means that we all will be aligned on the same, let's say, peculiarities that the model has, the rules that are already established and we all follow and we all accept. So for us, it's very important to have search fund investors, and I will add that as well, local investors, because this is going to be extremely helpful for the searcher, especially when they are going to search for the company, and of course, when they close and the acquisition and manage the company. And to finalize, if we are, I mean, not all, but like the question says, most, we are search fund investors, this will leave the searcher of dealing with a special request of different investors and different legal recommendations of different other, and forget about all that stuff and focus on managing the company, which is at the end the important thing.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to add something? Can we go ahead? Yep.
Something very quick, just to maybe think of when it makes sense to have someone from outside the ecosystem. I guess if you manage to convince some senior figure in your country of focus to join your cap table as an investor, and you do all the work of explaining how search funds work and how the investment style works, they could be a good potential board member, and that's something we'll cover later. But I think it's something you can start thinking early on, and probably you can take someone from outside the ecosystem for that.
Good. So I'll take the opportunity to jump to question number 2 for you too, if you don't mind, and regarding new entrants. So how should then searchers evaluate new entrants in the ecosystem, like new private equity funds that are entering, new venture capital funds that are entering, or even new funds of search funds? How do you see that searchers should evaluate that?
So I think it's a very interesting question, and it's quite current, because speaking to searchers that are fundraising, they are wondering this, and especially because I think it's been, and I would love to get your view, in the last 12 months that we've seen such an uptick, an increase in the number of new players joining the market. I think it's in the case of new funds of search funds, whether the GPs come from the ecosystem, so maybe ex-searchers, or from outside, I think it's quite good overall. It's a good sign that the ecosystem is healthy. We're very early here in Europe. If you compare it to the United States, we still have a long way to go. So it does make sense that there is new entrants. I would be probably more concerned if it was the other way around. And overall, I think from the searcher's standpoint, it can be good. It can give searchers more options to choose from. As a searcher, you need to pick the best group of investors, and some of them might be investors that have recently joined the ecosystem. And also, I think it reinforces that level of healthy competition that there is amongst investors, and it makes sure that investors that have been doing it for a while, they keep evolving and they keep getting better, just because there is so many new entrants coming to the market. And in the case of private equity funds, we're seeing this mostly in the US, where they go downstream, they want to look at smaller companies, and it's very inefficient to invest in the microcap space if you are a traditionally structured PE fund. So they see search funds as a potential way to get in there. I mean, of course, they come with fantastic track records and value creation strategies. It can be very beneficial as long as they embody the ethos of search funds, which I think we all want to embody, which is of collaboration, of support. So in that case, I think it's a positive, but that has to be something we're very careful with.
I mean, I might take a bit more of a not pessimistic, but definitely more cautious view on this. And it's linked to the first question that you asked, is you want to have in a cap table people from within the ecosystem, from outside the ecosystem, and I think that the reasons are the same. This is a model that is very fragile. It's very well built, but it rests in the collaboration among a group of investors and entrepreneur, with a very weak governance system. I mean, most shareholder agreements are not enforceable if someone decides to go against what is on the paper. And in order for this very messy asset class to work, you need a strongly aligned group of investors that understand very well the ethos of.
Use this one.
Sorry. Yeah, so you need a group of investors that understands.
No, it's working.
That understands very well how the model works, that understand when to support the entrepreneur, when to actually leave the entrepreneur a lot of space. And as I said, this is different, completely different to the dynamics of private equity or the dynamics of venture capital. And I think that there is a risk of dilution of this quality of support from this cohesive group of investors.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I've been seeing also in different in different markets, different countries, private equity and venture capital getting interested. But I always say I was privileged to run a private equity and venture capital research center back in Getúlio Vargas in Brazil. And we had a lot of conversation on the differences of the models. And today we can see that sometimes newcomers from these areas, they think that they can, put ingredients from venture capital and private equity easily in the search fund model, but that's not true. The search fund model is already robust enough and had been tested enough, not only to prove itself, but also, of course, take the good parts and the good collaboration. But we have to be, I agree with you, that we have to be aware that, and they have to be aware that ultimately, although they are cousins, they are different, right? So let's move forward to the next question. Also related to this part of cap table, and the question is, how comfortable are you with Searcher buying units and inviting friends and family to join the cap table? Let's start with Angel.
Let's see if this works. So let me start by saying that, so we were a three-partner search, Guillermo, Jesus, and I. The three of us bought a unit in our own search fund. So let me start by saying we did it back in the day, right? It was a different story. This was 12 years ago. But we bought one unit out of 15 units that we had. And when the opportunity came and we actually invested, we basically put all of our savings into the company. So we were all in. We were all in mentally, but also economically. Would have that been a different story for us or a different outcome? Probably not, because things went very well. But honestly, I think the alignment is even more when things go mediocre to bad, because you're taking care of your own capital and your own savings. So again, as long as it's a small amount, let's say one unit out of 12, 15 units, we think it's probably a positive thing. Obviously, if the searcher is in a condition to actually do it. But if it's a significant portion coming from your family, your friends, your university friends, your co-workers, and things like that, then things can become more complicated, and there could be a possible or a potential disalignment of interest, right? And we've been through some of that as well. Yeah. So I've seen a couple of examples other than ourselves. For example, one search fund company in Mexico that the company went in a really complicated situation. It was a team of 2 people, and the family of one of them had actually invested on the deal. One of the 2 searchers decided to throw the towel and leave the company when he didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. The equity was almost worthless, so he decided to move on and do something else. But the other searcher stayed all the way through. It actually didn't end up in a good story. The company went bust. But this guy stayed all the way through. Again, because of his morals, because of he wanted to take care of his investors, but also because his family was in there with a large ticket. So I've seen the positives. I've also seen some of the negatives. A few searchers having a significant portion in the hands of family and friends, and some of those guys joining the boards. And maybe when the tough decisions came around in the board, the decisions were not taken maybe in the best interest on the company, but most likely on the best interest on making sure the searcher, which is the family or the friend, was in the best possible position. So again, I think it's okay as long as it's a small portion. If it's bigger than that, I'll be careful with that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Alfonso, what is your take?
I couldn't agree more with Angel. I personally feel comfortable if the searcher invests a small amount on the acquisition, but mainly because for me it shows alignment with investors and of course a commitment. It means that he really believes on what he's going to manage, and especially if the searcher is a more senior guy that supposedly has more savings than a more junior searcher. For me, it's admittable but not mandatory that if he invests in the deal. Regarding that, if he brings friends or family to the acquisition, for me it's a bit different, because most probably I want to know who are those investors, and for me the clear value added that these investors may bring to the cap table at least won't be clear, or I won't know it. So I prefer to share with these type of investors or search fund investors rather with investors that I don't know and that most probably are going to be aligned with the searcher because are going to be from their personal networking, and that you again should regulate that on the shareholders agreement and find different ways of blocking that they may have, because they would be like a singular group. So yeah.
Thank you. Let's keep for the fourth and last question for the cap table. I will ask either Mauro or Simon to help us regarding the mixed timelines that depending on the investors you know have different interests. So sometimes individual investors or family offices are happy to stay in for the long term, while funds usually need an exit after 5 to 7 years. How to manage this mix in the cap table, right? How realistic do you think those liquidity windows are in practice? And how do you set a fair price for those who want to exit after a while? So, do you want to start? Yeah?
Okay. I'll kick it off and I'll pass it to Simon. I think it's difficult to align early on, because if you're doing a traditional agnostic search fund, you don't know what kind of business you will buy. You won't know in what cycle of the market you will buy it, so maybe you will want to do something longer term, but it ends up being an early exit or vice versa. At the same time, yes, in general, individuals are happy to stay longer, but maybe they need liquidity to keep reinvesting in the asset class. Funds have a set time frame, but you might catch them early in their fund cycle and you have 11, 12 years, or they have funds to which they can transfer the assets. So I think you can kind of optimize more for the mentality rather than the investor type early on. And to be honest, if you think that a longer-term project is the right fit, maybe the traditional search fund is not the best vehicle to do that. Maybe a self-funded search, it allows you to align investors at the time of acquisition when you already know what the asset is, or some of the alternative forms of ETA like committed capital or holdcos.
I mean, I think that one of the beauties of the search fund model and the search fund community is that, I mean, each of us is a different animal. It's a different animal. The individual investors, not all individual investors are equal. Not all entrepreneurs are equal. Not all even funds of search funds are equal. I mean, we are happy going into more of a longer-term span, and we just need to figure out how to raise some additional capital down the road if necessary to stay with an investment. And I think that, I mean, it is for the entrepreneur to choose what is the type of investor that he wants in his cap table, including understanding what is their view about this holding period perspective. It is for investors, when we go to a certain cap table, to get to know the entrepreneur and understand what is his life project in that sense, to understand who else is around the table. I mean, for us, we will try always to team up and co-invest with other funds of search funds, so that there will be sufficient, let's say, sufficient voice to try to generate an exit after a certain time.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we would just also make sure that we just partner up with people that we believe are playing the same type of infinity game that we're playing. I mean, there's no incentive for us to try to screw an investor that wants to exit a bit earlier or a bit later than what we do. We have even lowered our investment amounts going into cap tables to allow other friends of funds of search funds to be able to enter the cap tables. I think that this is I mean, when you think about search funds as a long-term game, there is more, let's say, room for trying to find this alignment of interest and even try to sort those situations where there might be small misalignment.
Great, thank you. Anything to add to this?
Well, I was going to say, so we did 13 exits so far. Out of the 13 exits, 5 of them were exits on the secondary market. We had a position in Peru, and these guys wanted to go for the longer run. Our position was sold to Servalvo, for example.
Yeah.
We had a company, we were together with Simon. The company was thinking that was going to be a 10 to 15 years. So after X number of years, they thought, hey, let's give these guys the possibility of exiting the company. So again, I think we haven't really seen someone really pushing to exit and being completely screwed, like, hey, if you want to exit, we're going to give you we're going to destroy your value. We've always seen a very collaborative model where someone wants to exit, it's offered at a fair price. Yeah. Some of the secondaries we've done, the price was actually set by an outside offer, and with that price from the outside offer, it was offered on the table, and that actually set the price. And if it wasn't set by the market, it was always thought as a fair price to both sides, right? So again, I think that happens. It happens more often than people think, and so far we've seen it in a very positive way to actually accommodate everyone who wants to stay longer or who wants to exit at a certain time because of the rules of their fund or for whichever reason they want.
Yeah. Interesting. Can I take the opportunity, since we're here, it's a good sample here, to ask you if you don't mind sharing, if you're open to buy in the secondary, I mean, a position from another fund. I can tell you, in my case, that we are fine with that. But would you mind sharing?
Yeah, as long as we do see the potential for the next 5 or 6 years for a new fund, definitely. We have even considered trespassing some of our positions in Fund 1 to Fund 2, as long as it made sense for Fund 2, right, to take over the position. Yeah, sure. So again, yes, we are completely fine, and if we do find an opportunity to invest on a secondary, on a project that really makes sense, and we see the value, we'll definitely do it. Yeah.
Thank you. How about you guys?
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, this is a matter of investment. If you should analyze the company, like if it were a direct investment, and what you need to make clear if it's the next step of the company. Are they going to follow the search fund model, or is it going to be a totally different thing? So you need to be align and try to identify if your interests are going to match with this second stage of the company.
Thank you. Nice.
On our side, definitely something we'd consider. I think there is also a larger discussion here on an opportunity for secondaries in general, secondaries market in Europe. We think it's a little bit early. In the US, secondaries for search funds haven't developed very much, even if the market is 20 years in front. But I do think there is going to be more opportunities to do that.
I do think that over the next, maybe 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in Europe for the patient to make money out of the impatient. I've seen a bit of short-termism. I'm not talking about funds having a shorter duration than a family office. I'm talking about even within the same group of investors, some of them believing that you can maximize the value of your investment if you stay 2 to 3 years and you make 2 to 3x. And in those circumstances, we're very happy to consider doing secondary investments.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing. Guys, let's move now to the second part and final part. Talking more about boards. And the first question, this question you guys can participate, so I invite you to take your phones again. And basically the question is board seat rights. If an investor writes a big check, should they automatically get a board seat or not? And then the possible answers for you guys to start answering is option 1. automatic seat guarantee, skills-based seat, relevant value required, or at searcher's discretion, CEO propose, and finally, observer only, not to vote, but with full visibility. What do you think? I think we already have a trend in there. Okay. So it looks like we have a consensus among all the different types of audiences that we have that skills-based is important. Let's explore with the panel the same question. I would start with Angel, if you don't mind, and then Alfonso. Yeah?
So from our point of view, or from my personal point of view, I think my answer is the same one as the audience. I definitely don't think that the board seat should automatically come for just putting a large check. And we've seen more investors saying, we either take a seat on the board or we just don't invest. And obviously, we don't like that. We think that's not fair. There is a group of 15 investors. In most cases, most of them will be adding value. So again, it's not just a matter of check. And we are saying that typically being among the top 2 or 3 tickets always on the cap table, right? We only take maybe 1 seat in every 5 or 6 companies that we invest. In the other 5 or 6 companies, we realize we're not the right investor, we're not going to be the ones adding the most value, and we prefer someone else to take the ticket. So that's my point of view. I guess just to take it on the other side of the spectrum, what I do think is important is that a significant portion of the money is represented at the board, right? So again, definitely you shouldn't have a board ticket just by putting a large checks, completely agree. Now, should you have a board that it's only a couple of investors who have like tiny tickets and maybe a guy that comes from the outside that needs an independent, then the board is not really aligned with the investors, with the cap table, with the money, right? So again, I think you should find somewhere of a middle ground where you have some of the mid-size investors or large investors or whatever represented on the board. But again, it should be based on merits, value, and making sure those are the investors who can add the most value out of all of your cap table.
Yeah, from my point of view, the answer is no, okay? But it is understandable that one investor that is going to write a big check of equity requires to be at the board. But the question is that it's not enough. I mean, capital is not enough. What else do you bring to this board? It's experience, industry knowledge, experience on search funds. So only investing a big check of equity for me is not enough. The searcher should, take into account that consideration, but ask for more things. At the end, one of the most important things of the search journey, and especially when you are finalizing the search phase and you are closing the acquisition, is the definition of the board, which is going to be very, especially in this type of companies, very, very related on the ongoing of the company, are going to work very closely with the searcher. And from my point of view, having a very strong board that follows the search fund model, knows the industry, have experience in investing, operating a company, etc., it's absolutely critical. It's not only a matter of capital.
Thank you. Anything to add? Yep.
I think this is one of the instances that you can see which investors really understand the model and which investors are newer to the model, because there are legitimate reasons if you don't understand the dynamic of the model to try to think, okay, if I'm writing a large check, I should take a board seat because it's going to be the best for my investment. And of course, every large investor that requested a board seat, he would claim that he has some skill. Yeah. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. But the reality is that if you understand well how the model works, the biggest challenge is actually to bring high-quality board members to companies. So it's a bit of a theoretical question today. I mean, the problem is to bring sufficient amount of members. For me, if we are investing in a deal, and we're often, as Angel was saying, write some of the larger checks in the deals that we participate, it is the same if it's me sitting in the board, if it's Angel sitting in the board, if so long as there is an investor that we trust from one of the experienced funds of search funds that have experience, not only experience investing in general, but also experience sitting in boards. I mean, we're perfectly fine with it. And then is when I think the voice of the entrepreneur also needs to be heard.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Let's keep asking. And the next question for you guys, if it works, the last one I wanted not to be disclosure, the results, but it did. This one, if it works, it shouldn't be disclosure before we enter. But the question here is regarding previous owners. But it looks like it is. So the question is, okay, what about keeping the previous owners on the board? You know, is it an asset or friction? Is it more net positive? It's like case by case, or more net negative, right? This is a big discussion always, and I make this question to you and to the audience. The audience is answering. Apparently, the audience is in between the middle and the negative. Nobody's voting for net positive. Really? The guy has been running the business like for 30 years, and I don't think it can be positive. Let me see. Look, investors are more in the net negative. But let's start debating here. Let's start with you, if you don't mind.
I mean, if you were to run this survey in the US, those numbers would be 100% flipped. I think that experience has shown, as counterintuitive as it may seem, that keeping the seller out of the board, it is a very good practice from a search fund perspective. That doesn't mean that there are some exceptions, that there are no, I mean, of course, it is a very, I mean, it depends on a very individual case-by-case basis, but as a general rule, we always say, okay, keep the seller. I mean, you can always invite the seller to attend the board meetings. You can even work on a continuous manner from the board with the former seller. And after 1 or 2 years, if he just turned out to be an amazing contributor to the board sessions, then you can invite him to join the board. I mean, it's not a, like say, the closed door policy that is impossible. No, but oftentimes you uncover or you discover during the first 2 years after the acquisition, a lot of traits of the personality of the seller and the relationship as the first-time CEO and how he develops that relationship with the seller that actually turns to a lot of regrets in situations when you keep the seller too close to the business.
Mauro, anything to add?
Not much to add. I mean, I agree completely. I guess one exception is if there is a large earnout and the seller wants to be on the board for the period of the earnout. I think we can be comfortable with that, but it has to be specified in advance and it has to have a clear ending date. Otherwise, I fully agree. I think we have one case where it worked, that the seller is on the board, and I think we're sharing, all of us, in Mexico. But apart from that, that's out of 40 investments, and I don't think we would repeat that. We were lucky, I think.
Okay, but, yeah. Let's move to the penultimate question. And this is, given the scarcity of experienced search fund board members in Europe, they have to be on too many boards. How to overcome this growing challenge? And the question starts to you, Angel, if you don't mind, and then Alfonso. Of course, we are open to collaborate, but how do we do now?
Yeah, it's clearly been a significant issue over the last few years. I think there are a few things that are happening that will probably change a bit the dynamic. So the first one is that we're seeing a lot of exits. We didn't see exits for the last 5 or 6 years. So people were just joining boards and joining boards and joining boards. But then on the last 2 or 3 years, we've seen a number of recent exits. Again, in my case, I was in 7 boards. I exited 4. So that gives you, again, board capacity to join a few other boards. So that's one end, right? Aligned with that same story, a lot of searchers who exit their companies, they become investors, and they do have the capacity to join boards, but not only to join boards, but to actually add significant value, because they've been through the whole cycle, right? So that's second. We've seen a lot of new funds and investors coming into the ecosystem, some more professionals, maybe some with less experience, but overall, I would say it's a net positive, and we've seen a lot of good investors coming into the ecosystem with a lot of empty hands and eager to join boards. So again, when searchers think of building the right cap table, I think it's great to have a combination of investors who have been there for a long time, but maybe they don't have as much board capacity, with a few seats selected for new investors who do have, more board capacity. So that's, a third one. And yeah, but I mean, it'll always be a challenge to find, again, boards are free, or if not free, they have a very low paying ratio, so people are not joining boards for any economic reasons. In the US, we've seen a lot of, in the ecosystem, boards being paid a significant, higher amount, so that could also attract a lot more investors coming into the ecosystem. I don't think maybe that's the right incentive, but again, I mean, those are some points of view for debate, but that's more or less my point.
From my point of view, this is one of the biggest challenge that the model and the ecosystem is facing for the coming year, where we will see a lot more new investments. I always used to say that it's a lot more difficult to manage a company or a search fund target company where you most probably don't have middle management, don't have systems, don't have processes, rather than managing a 50 million revenue company. So the CEO of these companies are going to rely a lot on the board that it has, and for that you need to have board members that really know that this duty is going to be extremely demanding, okay? Because the CEO is going to call you every week or every 2 weeks. You're going to face a lot of new problems, and most probably you will need to take the company to the next level. So in my opinion, and this is a personal point of view, having board members very well incentivized, that they really know that they are going to spend a lot of time helping on managing the company, I think, or offering them the opportunity to invest if they were not at the cap table, will maybe motivate them to really be involved on helping the CEO and the rest of investors on as a board member.
Thank you.
I remember talking a few weeks ago with a US investor and telling him about that problem. So I think the past 5 or 6 boards that I joined, one of the main reasons is because if I didn't join, actually the quality of the deal would be perceived to be much lower, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's not that because of it's just because there is a lack of experience within the search fund community. And I was telling him, okay, it's a pity because I never get to join a board where I know some of the other board members and actually want to have fun joining a board with him or her, because you just don't have the chance. You need to spread very thin. And he told me it is a temporal thing. He gave me the reasons that Angel just mentioned. So there will be some rotation in some of the companies, so you will have some capacity that will be freed. You will have the new CEOs that will be trained and will get more experience joining more boards. And then one of the practice that I learned while being this year at the Stanford conference, and that I started to do at Istria, is sometimes I just request, okay, I'm happy to join, but I want to have someone more junior from my team joining alongside with me that board. And that would be a condition for me to join the board. And that makes, that helps a lot to bring more experience, build more experience within the institutional investors. And I think there is a way of helping people in the teams gain more experience.
Thank you, Simon. Yep.
One last thing to add, I think also as funds continue to raise new funds, the teams are growing within the funds. So at the beginning at ALSA, it was only Guillermo and myself joining boards. Then Javier came in. Javier is now sitting on 7 different boards in between Mexico, Brazil, and the US. Then Horacio came into the fund, and Horacio now sits in 5 boards in between the US, Mexico, and Spain. And Ignacio, who's the most recent hire in our team, he just joined his first board. So again, it's also about funds growing, training the people within the fund, and also not only being the partners or the former searchers joining boards is also people within your team that you know they are ready for it, giving them the chance to join boards. So that's another fact that is happening.
Thank you. Let's move to the last one. And now it's regarding board roles across different regions. So what is the difference that you see? And I'll start with Mauro, if you don't mind. What's the difference you see in different regions of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are differences, especially with the US having had a lot more time to develop as an ecosystem compared to Europe and Latin, but I'm sure we've all seen different mechanics. Just to give a couple of practical examples in the way that I think that US boards work differently. Example number one is in US boards, there is a figure which is the lead board member, which is one of the board members, of course, not necessarily the chairman, although it could be, that kind of takes a leading role in directing the board and helping the board act as a cohesive unit and kind of be more proactive as a board rather than reactive to what they learn in board meetings. I think the first time it was done in the Asurion board, which was the best search fund investment ever so far. And this role really means that one board member has to work a little bit more with the entrepreneur outside of the normal cadence of board meetings, but I think really makes sure that the board is very, very efficient and doesn't just wait for the next batch of information before the board meeting to react to what's going on. And the other difference we're seeing is the way that feedback is delivered in US boards. In US board meetings, at the end of every board meeting, the entrepreneur leaves the room for 15 or 20 minutes so that the board members can sit together and come up with some feedback to deliver to the entrepreneur. This is very candid, very direct, very practical. And I think, at least from what I've seen, and I'm sure you guys have seen way more, in Europe, this is not as common to do it every single quarter. And I think it works very, very well. I mean, there are other differences, but then it becomes very case by case. Maybe the last one is in US boards. I think it's much more common to have an industry expert. It's very common in Europe as well, but in US it's almost a must, at least in most of the boards we've seen.
Simon.
I mean, it's funny because a lot of the things that you were mentioning, actually we do it in the boards that we started to implement it in the boards that we are here in Europe, about the lead investor within the board, and about the non-executive sessions at the end of each board session. For me, there is one that is cultural or / even from a legal and governance point of view, which is the role of boards. I mean, we're used to governance system, and especially would be in, let's call it continental law countries, where you would have, actually the shareholder meeting has a lot of power and a lot of things the board should turn to shareholders and they should ask, even if it's not for a legal mandate, it would actually just also be a very big, like a best practice in terms of governance. You go to more Anglo-Saxon boards, or even the UK, more of common law type of boards, and the board has a lot of power, and you can take it to the extreme and almost share no information with the shareholders, almost until a decision is made on an exit. I mean, that would be the very extreme case, and we saw that in Brazil this year. Very recently, we got an email from a searcher saying, "Oh, we just sold your business," without even knowing that it was in an exit process. So I think there is and sometimes, I mean, especially Spanish investors, they get very pissed off when you hear about these stories about, "Oh, why didn't they call me?" The governance, and it's part of it that is just cultural. You would be in an Anglo-Saxon board, we say, "Oh, here at the board we have, with the searcher is 55%, that's a majority consent." We just don't even ask. We might at some point let them know that this is the decision that's going to be made.
Thank you for sharing. Guys, we have time for a question or two from the audience. We're trying to catch up with the small delay we had in the opening. Feel free. I don't know if we have a microphone around. Otherwise, we can share one of ours. But we still have time for one or two questions to any one of us. If we could put, please, the screen with our names here for them. Screen. The other one with the panelists. Yes, good. So anyone? It's hard to see from here. Yeah.
Do you want questions or? Sorry, I was out. Are you willing to make any questions and so forth? Shy people? Sorry. You want me to make cardio? No. I'm coming. I'm coming.
We are among friends.
Hi. Thank you. It's super interesting. And a question that I have, it's something that I've been hearing from different searchers. How far in the process should we start thinking about the board after signing an LOI? And how important is it to bring someone from the outside of the search fund community, like a specialist in the industry or someone that is recognized in the field?
To anyone specifically? Oh, to all of us. Yeah? Well, in my humble opinion, I would start immediately. It's really good to start sensing, who is more interested in that deal and more interested in that segment, that region, etc. And so that you can start feeling not only the size of your equity gap, and then dealing also with the equity gap, but also with the current cap table. So I don't know, I think as soon as you can. What do you guys have to answer to her?
Sorry, I agree with Newton. I think one of the most important things of an acquisition is the board composition. So the investors that are going to invest, I think that they will prefer to feel comfortable with the board before investing, because maybe they don't feel comfortable with that board because of whatever reason, and they prefer not to invest in the board. And regarding what you have said of bringing somebody of outside the cap table, I think it's very important to identify the really value added that person is going to bring. And the name industry expert is, very, very wide, because if you have convinced the seller to reinvest, the best industry experts, you already have it on the acquisition. So a lot of people want to be at the board because they are industry experts, and they are at the end they really don't are that so expert. So it's very, very important to identify the value added of people that you are bringing from outside the cap table. My point of view.
Yeah, I think the board composition sometimes comes very natural as well, right? Because it depends on how close of a relationship you've been able to have with a few of your investors. And again, the appetite, right? You may think of X amount of board members that you want, but maybe a couple of them, they just don't want to invest on the deal. So if they don't want to invest on the deal, then you're not going to bring them as board members. But again, it comes very natural as you advance after signing the LOI, after you visit the company, after you meet the owners. Typically, some of the people who actually go to the visit, meet the owners and things like that, tend to have, a more prone situation to actually join the board. So that's on one end, that it comes very naturally, but I would start thinking about it the earlier possible. And if you have a couple of candidates in mind, share your thoughts early on, because you may think that you want them on the board, but they may not have the capacity or the time to join the board. So again, it's not only, about wanting to invest, but it's also about having the capacity to be on the board. So that's on one end. Then bringing independent board members, I'm not very positive about it, honestly. And I've been on a couple of boards with independent board members joining. First of all, you always have time to bring them on. The first year, it's a year to really understand the business, get to know the previous owner, get to know the organization, take control of the company, take control of the, feel comfortable with all of the employees. It's not really a year to make changes. So again, maybe after year one, if you definitely think that you need that independent, board member, the discussion may come at a better moment when that happens, right? Bringing someone that you don't really know and you've only had a couple of conversations with, and that person may not even invest on the company. So again, his alignment is not 100% with the money of the company. I do have certain doubts. And when you also bring an independent board member, all of the eyes are on the independent board member, right? He is the expert. Whatever he says, that's what we should do. And to a certain extent, your velocity gaining knowledge of the company will probably be much larger than the independent board members. So again, I'm not super positive about it. And a different story is bringing an special LP of an investor who's representing the interest of that investor, and on top of representing the investor, he actually brings certain industry expertise. But again, there is always time. There is no rush. You don't have to do it right at the beginning, and there is always time on year 1 or year 2 to bring an independent if you don't feel that the company is going in the right path. That's my point of view.
All I can say is to thank you guys really for your time, for your energy here today with us, and all of you who participated. Let's keep going for the next panels pass. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. Como quieras. Marc. Hola, guapísimo. Ok. Toma, que tú eres un artista y tú eres otro. Hello, this afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. Sí. We're having. First of all, I would like to thank you. I know there's a lot of traffic, and I want to thank you, the ones that you have come, for all the effort that you are making. And I know there's a problem with the parking lots and everything. Also, I want to thank you, my dear Enrique, for all the hard work that he has been doing, alongside with Newton and the rest of the team. And I want to also thank my panelists, Marc, Nicolas, and Ricardo, for making the effort for coming here. Okay? Today we are going to speak about something that is quite sensitive, but these three gentlemen are the perfect example that they are fantastic also managers and entrepreneurs. Okay? And they are going to tell us the story, what failed when acquiring the company and the lessons learned. And what motivated you, first of all, to become an entrepreneur and a searcher? What were the main lessons that you learned? And what were the things that you think that the potential searchers should know when they acquire companies? So I will start with a few simple questions. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the current status? Because some of you are investors as of today, and also managers and so forth. What is the current environment today on the search funds? Is it too crowded? The skill set of the people is lowering down. The quality of the companies are not as good as we think. And what are your perceptions also, because you have been on both sides of the table? So, Marc, if you want to start.
Sure. First of all, I haven't closed my fund yet. I'm still on the search, but I'm on the last quarter, let's say that.
You're going to make it.
So, yeah, we are still on the intention to acquire a business. We sent 27 LOIs, in which Enrique and DLA helped us throughout the process, of which we signed 4 of them. And we passed on to the next for certain reasons in second phase. So on my side, for instance, because unfortunately I can only speak for myself throughout my process, I don't have the view of the entire market. But grit is one of the most important skills you can have as a searcher, to fall down and get back again. And then a second that I perceive as critical for a searcher is to keep cool when things are not going as you wish. Losing patience, rush into deals, that's not wise. And as I approach the last months, I still have around 1 more year of funding. As you approach the last few months, you should especially be calmer than at the beginning. And I see it in myself. I was way more aggressive, the word is not active, but it was intense. Intense is the word. I was way more intense at the beginning. Now I am more paused. I learned a lot through the process, and I am like a sniper at the moment.
Okay. Nicolas.
So, first of all, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Nicolas. I run a partner search from 2021, October, until December 2023. Then I pursued a last deal on myself, and the deal fell apart after legal due diligence when we found a red flag, and I decided not to acquire. At that point in time, Istria, who were one of my investors, and actually they were not coming into the deal, I have to say, offered me the opportunity to join their investment team, where I've been investing and following searchers across the globe for the last year. Around the current market, I think we need to think about the different markets in the search fund world. It's different if we speak about the US, Europe, LATAM, especially now Spain or France. So regions, jurisdictions are coming into different acquisition rates. It's true for the US. I'm seeing that in the US, the acquisition rate is falling. But in Europe, we come from very good rates. So in principle, I think it's also fair to say that there have to be some searchers that will not acquire for different reasons. I'm sensing this. It's always bad luck, and I don't like seeing searchers do not acquire after putting that much effort as we do, but I don't see that many. So for Istria's portfolio and the searchers that I follow, we have around 80 searchers currently searching, and for the last year, I've only seen 6 searchers not acquiring. Definitely, this is a good rate. I think this is possibly because of Istria's work, but at the same time, search is very tough. It's very tough to fund someone that has never managed a company, to convince someone to buy their company, to manage that company in an industry that they don't know about. So it's a tough road for anyone that is thinking of jumping into this one.
Thank you. Ricardo, you wanted to present yourself?
Thank you, Paz. For those who doesn't know me, I'm Ricky Velilla from Aurica Capital. I'm also a former searcher. I'm one of the first search funds in Spain, the first IESE. And I started my search in 2015, but I joined the ecosystem in 2013, where I became the Inter of Mar Bartomeus, the first search firm in Spain. During my search, I didn't acquire a company. During my search, 2 years, I personally met with 500 business owners. I had 8 companies where I got, I analyzed the company very deeply, and that we have a chance to acquire. In 7 of them, we decided, because my investors, they were very involved with my search, we decided to kill the deals, and in one, the seller decided not to sell the company 8 days before the notary. So things happened. The reason for that was the deal fatigue. At the beginning, if you ask me when things was happening, back in January 2018, I thought that it was bad faith from the seller. Today, I know it's not true. It was the deal fatigue. It took me almost 1 year to close. Why? There are external factors that happen, also things that we could do. It was also our mistakes. No, we did mistakes along the way. A lot of learnings. Anyway, I think, and I don't regret about anything of my path. I think it was, as Mar was describing, it was transformative. I truly believe I'm not even a better professional, but even a better person, no? Thanks to my search. So it's something I will always do, or I will always recommend. And now, regarding your question, Paz, we, as an investors in Aurica, no? Even though Aurica is a private equity with more than 20 years of track record, we have been investing in search funds for 2 years. So, as an investors now, we are only investing in Europe. No, Istria is investing in, or they have a bigger scope than us. But for us in Europe, we're very positive, and the deal flow that we're getting, we believe it's very strong. There are lots of searchers finding opportunities, and opportunities worth discussing. Then it's a matter if it's going to be for Aurica or not. But we see a very strong pipeline of opportunities as an investor. The quality of the searchers, for me, it's very hard to say that the quality is lower or higher than before. I think everyone doing this path, it's already at least, I think means a lot already. And as a former searcher, sometimes I see myself reflected on them. Sometimes it's not happening, but this is not something that it could be bad. No, I think I'm also learning from them. The searchers, we have 30 plus searchers right now searching in Europe. I would say 98%. We are very comfortable with them, very happy, and truly looking forward to do things with them.
Okay. Enrique, you want to point out something that you have seen from the searcher's point of view?
Well,
as a lawyer?
As a lawyer. No, I think the ecosystem is very healthy. We still see a lot of deal flow with different searchers. It's very rare that they collide in the same transaction. And even with Mark, we've seen so many different deals, and they were only yours. And they're so different, some proprietary, many from brokers, different industries. So I've been listening to the overcrowded sector since 2018, I think. And as usual, I think lawyers we have a good sense of what's going on. We knew first than anyone that the financial crisis was coming because we had no work. And we knew first than anyone that it was recovering because we started to have work. As long as we lawyers have deals, we close deals, we have search funds raising and buying, I think it's fine. And I think what happens is that the investors are still surprised that Spain is such a success. So if you think about an American investor which has probably a concentration in this little corner on the Western Europe, for them it is crowded. But as long as it works, it works.
Well, and they're getting very good returns as well on their portfolios.
Absolutely.
And also, one of the main things is that we have 300,000 small and mid caps in this country, and almost 60%, and those are statistics, they have succession problems, or they have some growth problems, and you have experienced that. And in that context, you wanted to say something, Ricky?
When I was a searcher, back, we were 3 searchers searching at the same time. Some investors were already saying if Spain was already crowded, right? So,
if I may add.
Yes, of course.
So recently there's been an acquisition here in Spain, a €5 million EBITDA company, very large. And when I met the sellers, they asked me about another searcher who they met 4 years ago. So also I think that the work that you have done in previous years works for the following cohorts.
Yeah. What do you think, without being too complacent, and then I will show the investor's perspective, but you are the main mistakes that searchers make in the first year of search and then when they're approaching the deal? On a generalistic and on a personal level, despite the stress, Marc.
No. So from my point of view, and for what I heard from other colleagues, the one key mistake that I'm happy I didn't do and I would try to avoid is rushing to DD, hiring advisors like DD providers very early on the deal, without checking lightly with your investors, not knowing the company deep enough, because then you burn in your first year, you burn already a big chunk on your runway, and I think that's a mistake I would try to avoid. Like, cash is king, especially for searcher. We are entrepreneurs, and we need to keep it as low burn as possible. A second, and this is now more on my side, it was also, the search is a huge personal process besides also professional. So I started, and I still want, a tech company. Back then, when I started in 2023, around 40% of the companies were tech. I don't know if that's the case, I don't know the statistics, but I don't feel it is, because the multiples or the returns on those tech are declining as more money is getting into tech, and valuations, S&P, all that. So from that, I need to, when I see we cannot acquire a good tech company at a decent price, then I need to say, okay, what's next? And for that, you need to have good fundamentals on your no-goes and what you really want, because then you can waste time on good deals, but you actually don't want them.
Okay.
And then you waste time on those deals. So being fair with yourself and not being scared of having 0 deals in your CRM, in your pipeline, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
and
I agree. Do you think that we have become very picky as investors as well? Because we have certain things on recurrency of revenues, asset light, which is not asset light on a technology basis. And that's part of the pressure that you have as searchers in order to acquire the companies. And
so on my side, I think OAS saw some opportunities in which that were not strictly compliant with the search fund criteria, but I think they were good investments, and we would have made good money on that. And that robustness and flexibility on the model, for me, on certain cases, it's not been great, but I understand why, because on the norm, it works. However, as the market matures, more money is coming into low mid-market, and risk return, right? The risk return, what we had on the 35% IRR, so we want VC returns on an infra risk, on infra-like risk. And as more money comes in, that gap is, for me, is reducing, in my point of view. I know there's great deals and good sectors, and at 4 times EBITDA also, but I think that's more difficult and more difficult to get. So what's happening is you go to the lower range on the EBITDA, and so at some point, as a searcher, you're not happy with that, because you also 25%, up to 25% of a small amount is not worth this trip, this journey. And so in my case, I always want big companies meaning more than 2 million or fast growing. Okay. And this is a criteria. I understand that.
I'm going to pass to Nico and
Okay. So
you can be as honest as you want, eh?
Yeah, no, it's a tricky question. It's spicy. This one is spicy. So I do think there are industries that they have not been untapped yet here in Europe or in Spain specifically, but the search fund criteria, I think they are there for a reason. One of the mistakes I made during my search, and I think we all searchers do, is think around multiples and prices, and most of the search fund investors, I'm saying most, are looking for great assets, not great prices. An asset comes with a reasonable and fair price. And yeah, that's what I'm really looking forward to. So if you are a searcher, try to spend as much time with great companies out there. Do not overspend time with companies that are going to be very hard to sell to your investors, even though they are very cheap. We're still seeing reasonable prices out there in the different regions. But I think that was my mistake. I could have seen a company with a seller that was asking me, a software company asking me for 10 times, and after 6 months he sold it to a listed company in the US. So I could have done differently, I guess, or not. But yeah, so spend time with great companies regardless of price. That's what I would say.
When I was a searcher, I was, what Mark was saying, I call it the being afraid of an empty pipeline. As a searcher, for me, it was super difficult to accept that, because you have conversations with your investors and you are afraid that you don't have anything. But to be honest, it's the best thing you can do. And the sooner, and you know this through experience, that the sooner you kill deals that you don't want, the better. To your question on things that we are seeing from searchers, usually the searchers, they are very good. It's hard to find the perfect searcher. No, usually there are a few things, because they don't have the experience on M&A, or they don't have experience in that specific industry, how to value the company, or in negotiation, or whatever. And you as an investor, you could help them. But to me, one thing that is not happening a lot, but we are seeing in a couple of searchers, is the way they communicate to investors. I don't need a full pipeline to judge you. I'm not going to judge you. And I actually prefer for you being honest, saying you don't have anything, and you just need to keep searching, and that's it. And even if your report is very small, because you don't want to spend time with the report, because what you have to do is to search, and you will do a better report once you have something to say. For me, that is going to be okay. But not communicating and not allowing your investors to get to know you, I think that's a mistake that I'm not seeing a lot, but it's something we're seeing. And it's a pity, because then he will come with an investment and we don't know them, right? And also, if they fail on, for instance, if they commit to a schedule that they will send the IM in a specific day. Me, as a former searcher and also as an M&A professional, I know that deadlines are there to be moved, right? Because the bank, because the seller, because the lawyers, anything could happen, right? But just communicate that. Look, I was expecting the IM to be delivered this day. It's not going to happen. I'm going to need 2 extra weeks. As an investor, it also helps us to use our resources that are limited, and we want to have free resources to help you. But if you don't allow us to do that, I think it's not good for any of us, right? So it's not a common mistake, but it's actually a mistake that I will be discarding whatever that searcher brings.
Okay.
Well, I can only speak from the transactional part of what I think it's important not mistakes to commit. But basically, I would say it's all about being honest with yourself. You said it. Sometimes I see you spending time on deals that I, as a lawyer, don't really like. And if I'm not buying and I'm not financial, but I've seen many deals. And sometimes you have the feeling that this is not a very good company. You usually, or some searchers get usually very excited at the beginning. Many of the searchers come with the transaction even before closing the fundraising. And after a few years, I've seen that the quality of the transactions that you bring on the table after 3-6 months, it's much higher than the beginning. So there is a learning curve. So don't get too enthusiastic in terms of what you find at the beginning, because you will learn as you go. Then it's all about timing in a search fund. So it's important that you, as you said, kill the deal if it's not good, that you don't spend time on deals that are not worth it, that you do not spend money on due diligence too early, and manage timing with the sellers. Sellers are very sensitive, and in all respect, but definitely in time, because they get very, very exhausted. So it's important to keep that timing of the seller in mind. And the third thing is probably relationships. It's very important that you keep the relationship with the seller all the time, and let your lawyer or anyone else to be the bad boy. We lawyers have to be friends of the seller's lawyers, but you need to be the friend of the seller all the time. So the trust is not somehow damaged or jeopardized because of the time that it's getting. Because at the end of the day, you said it was 1 year, but so many searchers think that you can close a deal in 3 months, but not even private equity close deals in 3 months. So facing the truth and understanding that closing a deal in 6 months is okay. 4, 5, 6 months is quite okay. So don't rush. And especially do not overpromise. In a search fund cycle, I think it's more important what you don't say than what you say. Because anything you say too much or too early, it will burn into the seller's brain. And then you will not get it out. So it's important, partner with your partner or with your lawyer or with your whatever, or your wife or your husband, but think twice before overselling, overpromising, especially timing or conditions that you, for example, we were discussing being on the board. Never promise that I said, I want to be on the board. Wait. So these things are tricky. So try to think twice. There's nothing wrong in saying, I will think about it and I will come back to you. No, do not try to give always a response too early.
I will tell you the other side of the table. I think that sometimes you get too anxious because you want to go fast, and because you want to prove that you have found companies, and you get overexcited on those. The second thing is that sometimes you don't have a lot of information, so instead of saying, okay, I don't have a lot of information, you're trying to just overpromise, and then when we have to make the decision, it's too late or too slow for you. And you have to understand that there are investors that take their time to do things, and we're very slow, some of us, at least us in Ithaca. And also, for example, one of the main discussions that I always have with the searchers is the scheme of the prices. I agree with you, Nico, that you have to buy good assets, not cheap price assets. But when you make the structure and you show me that it is cheap because you're only paying upfront, and we take into consideration all the deferred payments and all the earnouts, then you see that the multiples have gone up higher, no, in certain things. I don't mind if it's a good asset, but that skill set, I think, is something that sometimes I'm missing on some of the searchers. No? And last but not least, and it's not your case probably, but I have seen some of the searchers not envisioning what to do with a company from a growth-wise perspective and how to exit. No? When you ask them, how do you want to exit, they look at you if you have drunk some whiskey with rocks or something like that. No? And that drives me to the third question. What do you have to criticize to people like me? Because Nico and Ricky have passed to the other side of the table. But what do you have to criticize to people like me? You can be honest, Nico?
No, you just said, so many times we, as investors, are not that fast responding. Well, first of all,
we don't read the papers.
no, that we do. And that's why we postpone sometimes. But, so that's one of the reasons why I decided to join Istria. I had different offers from even sellers that after then sold to private equities, but I prefer to join Istria to continue the community and to try to become a better investor. I felt out of the 15 investors I had that I was more close to, or closer to 5 of them. I think that's also reasonable because you cannot speak with 15, but it's important to build those relationships. And yeah, as investors, we need to be more proactive than reactive. I try to speak with my searchers at least once a month, once every 2 months, and to be very close to them so that even if they don't know about something, they ask. Because many times we have playbooks, many times we have the resources, or we have had the experience or the network to put them in contact with someone else. Maybe we don't have their response, but someone else has out there. As investors, we need to be faster and more diligent. Definitely true.
Yeah. Ricky?
To me as a searcher, my experience was a little bit different of what a searcher could live today, because most of my investors, I was their first investment in search funds. Now they have joined together and built funds like JB46, or they have one of the largest portfolios in search funds like Leon Bartolomé, or like, I don't know, Caviedes, and so on. No, Caviedes, he invested in Mark and Leon as well, but I was his second investment in search funds. So I received a lot of time and a lot of help from them. And actually, I'm impressed with conversations with searchers or with potential searchers that I don't know if they are valuing having that help, because to me was something key, right? And yeah, I think, I don't know, almost all my investors came to visit the company I was going to acquire, and that was great. Today, I guess, it's true. Now, as managing a fund, we have to make decisions, right? And sometimes, I have to be honest, sometimes it's hard to make decisions. And because of the searcher, that we like them a lot. And we have some doubts on the opportunity, but we don't have all the information, we struggle to take a decision. And I could understand that could be annoying, right? That could be difficult for a searcher, because for me, it's true, it's going to be one in my portfolio. For them, it's binary. It's everything. I understand that because I had the feeling, and I respect that as well. But it's true. Sometimes investors, we need to empathize with the searcher, and if it's going to be a no, to say it as soon as possible.
Mark, you're in the middle. You can criticize me.
No. It's fine. I'm very happy with my cap table. I have close relationship with most of them, pretty much with all of them, because depending on the company I am analyzing, then I contact a different group of people, right? Like if it's education, I'll contact ALSA, right? So that kind of thing. So that gives me with good relationship with them. I think on the search phase, I think investors are mostly helpful rather than not. So some speed, that'd be great. In my case, as I didn't even go into the DD phase, the legal DD, I didn't need that speed. It was earlier stages, but speed, fine. I would say maybe I would appreciate. I understand the searcher hasn't managed, but for instance, I come from private equity, and there are certain problems in a company, like balance sheet problems, you can solve with financial. So there are P&L problems are not the same as balance sheet problems. And so some on the balance sheet can be fixed at acquisition, kind of say, and some just, and that's not perfect, right? It has an issue. So and that's what I mean with opening a bit on the trust on that. If the searcher thinks it can be solved, I think some more trust on that.
Okay. There are some, and I will also, because Enrique has a lot to say with this, with the third tranche dilemma, there are two things that recently a lot of investors have dropped out of certain deals, and they have forced some of the searchers not to acquire the companies. One of them has been the governance, and the other one has been the third tranche discussion that we all have. What is your opinion on that? On the case of the lawyers, how do we fight between investors and fight in a good sense between investors and searchers about these two issues who are becoming more and more important for us these days?
You mean 2 tranches versus 3 tranches?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to cover that in the last session today with our tax colleagues. Well, the time vesting is a problem. This is a very common law structure, the search fund, which is complicated under continental European law. So I think the 2 tranches is a good and simple way out to all the complications of the time vesting. But I think that investors maybe should be flexible. If this is somehow harming some scenarios for the searcher, maybe by changing the scale of the IRR. But yeah, I think there are ways to overcome the 2 tranches, 3 tranches. We will see them later. And regarding your question before that you didn't ask me, I think the investors should help the searchers by finding sector industry experts for the boards, because many of the search fund boards have no experts, and it makes a difference. So I think it's complicated, but I think there should be not only search fund investors in the boards, there should be really experts in the board. I know it's complicated, but it makes a difference. On those boards that I am, where there are somehow experts, it makes a difference. Or with, I don't know, managing experience or anything else.
Regarding Ricky and Nico, regarding the 2 questions that I have requested, are you seeing dropouts on governance and also on the tranches, dropping out on certain deals and so forth, or no?
We didn't experience we're experiencing a lot of discussion, and we are happy to discuss, understand, always protecting, at least to me, the essence of the carry. No? So always this model has been a carry. No? That, for tax purposes and so on, has been translated into shares. That's why we have the preferred. First of all, you have to pay back the money, and then we share the plusvalías, no? the gains with the searcher. And that's the core. Then this could be translated into different ways, and we have to find, as Nico was saying, we are not only investors in Spain, but in Germany, in France, and the problem of Europe is that we have a tax law in every single country, and we will need to adapt ourselves to understand the best solution in every jurisdiction, right? We are happy to explore any of that. We actually have closed different structures in Spain already, but understanding, the balance between risks, between rewards, and also on thinking on what is fair, no? And keeping the essence of the model. I think we need to protect that, because that it's proof that it works. Regarding the experts on the board, I guess I disagree. It's true. Experience, it could add a lot, but they need to understand what it means to be a board member of a search fund. And I am personally spending a lot of energy with board members with a lot of experience, that they are experts in the area, But if they, well, and even they have somehow skin in the game because they have put a large ticket for them. No? Let's leave it that. And at the end of the day, if they don't understand, if they have worked for PE boards, it's actually very far away because as a board, you have the same responsibility as in any other company, plus being a coach, plus helping or accelerating the CEO, the CEO skills on the searcher. And it's a different skill set, and they need to understand that. If you find that experience with that understanding, definitely is going to win. And I will be up to that. But we need to spend time to explain and so on. I have 2 companies in my portfolio, and I have only 4 companies, right? In 2 of them, these experts board members, after the first meeting, they call me and ask me if we were able to fire the CEO, right? So this is what experience brings to the table. Huh?
Yeah, I had experienced that same thing, and some of them they have also conflicts of interest because when you're exiting, and Nico and I we were in a business which was very successful, and one of the independent board members. The skin in the game was just growing because of the processor, which is perfectly fine, but it was not looking into the liquidity of the investors and so forth, okay? So
I have to say that both companies are performing extremely well now, right?
That happens when you, it's the good problem of the rich. That happens when the things go very well and they see the money. Nico?
On the 3 or 2 tranche dilemma. So I think we need to understand also where do this come from. It's great to have here Enrique to give us advice around it. But from what I understand is that this comes from, yes, he was saying from constitutional law here in Spain especially, but also in other countries in Europe. And I think I can conclude that both options are right and are valid as long as they are executed well by the searchers and without any risk to the companies or the board members or the searchers themselves. And that's what I would say. And yeah, I've had many discussions in the last 5 to 10 deals, but all of them, so the different searchers have decided either towards the 2 tranche or the 3rd tranche, depending on various instances, such as if it's a growth play, it's a large company or a smaller company, or maybe the tax advisor that they have and how the advisor has explained them the contingencies if they don't execute it appropriately. That's my understanding so far.
Okay, Mark?
As a running searcher, I think what just Nico said is key, is what company you are acquiring, right? The size, because at the end, the searcher needs to also be incentivized into the deal. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. If I acquire 600K EBITDA and and then my percentage is more difficult to get, then it's tricky, then I'm favorable to the deal. However, if it's a 5 million EBITDA, I'm happy with both.
Okay. And I want from each one of you an advice to the audience, because some of them are family offices and also are potential searchers. What is your advice to each one of you, from each one of you?
To searchers?
To searchers and also to potential investors that are looking into this environment and this ecosystem with curiosity.
I'll start with the easy one. That is, this is a marathon, so patience is key. I believe nobody gets here to get in a deal and get out in 2 years. And so being committed to as a searcher, to your professional career as an investor, to develop the pedigree that the sector is requiring, because as more investors jump in, there are becoming tiers of investors at the moment, and so it's more competitive also for investors. So this is a marathon, do it well, contribute to the community as it's been doing since inception. And I think either if it works well or not, you will not regret joining.
Okay, Nico?
Yeah, to prospective searchers, I would say don't jump into the FOMO. This is an amazing story of success that we are all seeing in many instances, but not all instances. So prepare yourself as much as you can. Be very directional whenever you think it's your time to do it. And yeah, it's a great experience. I think better than the MBA, better than any other experience. This has been the best master I've done, the search. And to family offices, I think you are jumping into a great asset. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to add something different, I totally agree with you and with your advices, and I subscribe them. I would say to searchers and also to investors coming to this industry or to this ecosystem, to protect the ecosystem. You are part of that, but remember that you were helped. You are here because someone spent time with you explaining you the model. As an investors, we co-invest, so we are forced to also to build a community. But I saw this community grow. I think it's there. I think it's a wonderful ecosystem where everybody helps. And keep that in mind, because if we keep doing this, we will go through cycles. We will go through crises as an economy, as a model as well. But we will be able to overcome anything. And when I was a searcher, and even after being a searcher, I always told my story. I never thought I was going to come back, right? But this ecosystem truly helps you and also will give you back as well. No? So don't lose that and protect that.
To searchers, I would say, yeah, be patient for sure, and be bold and be humble. It's a long journey, and you need to learn along the way. And I would add, as a commercial ad, that brainstorm with your lawyer. He has done this many times. So if he says it's too early, it's too late, don't do this or do this, I'm not saying that you do it right away, but let him convince you or convince him of the opposite. But brainstorm. The lawyer is one of your best friends in the journey because they have the expertise of acquiring companies and negotiating. So, but yeah, definitely be patient, be bold, and listen. Yeah.
And I will tell as an investor that as searchers, you have to count on us as partners. We are partners. And sometimes you think that we are on the other side of the table and we are fighting for you. Don't be thinking that we are always taking everything from you, which is sometimes is not so obvious. Listen to some of our advices. We have learned how to lose money, which is very painful because we count the hours that have taken us to lose money. And last but not least, be very humble because we're here to help. And as Ricky has said, this is an ecosystem where all the investors, we have a very good connection. We have a very good partnership with each other. We call each other. We help each other on advices and so forth. And more than competition is a friendship. So this is a partnership ecosystem. And so I think it's worth it to have you on our sides. And as Ricky was saying before, some of the individual initial investors like Caviedes or Leon or Juan Carlos or Enrique Locutura had also been our teachers in this environment and this ecosystem. And so be very humble and thankful to all of them, okay? There's 5 minutes left. I don't know if the audience has any questions or not. If not, we're gonna have a small coffee, which I'm sure that you will need. Any questions? We're doing a lot of cardio today. Can you give? Yes. Thank you, Nico. Any questions?
Thank you. I would like to know a bit more about the market and your experience in the sense of what type of correlation do you see with private equity markets in general. In the last few years, there is a lot of talk about, or now there is a lot of talk about the difficulties in private equity funds to get out of companies. This is an advantage or a disadvantage for searchers or for the market that you run. Not sure if, yes, this is what I want to know.
Go ahead.
Yes, we're also we're a private equity house, and the market has changed in the last years through the increase of interest rates. The alternative markets were, let's say, broken. So we didn't recover yet, and all the PE market struggle to sell their assets because valuations went down. Also, new funds were difficult to be raised, and we saw more and more. I think the fact that it's affecting the most to the search fund world is the big PE houses, or the big PEs, the mid-market PEs. They were not able to raise their normal standard funds, the 400 million, the 500 million funds. So all of them, they invented a new strategy that is the lower mid-market. It's a 100 million fund, and they are competing with our natural market. My belief is that once they are able to focus again on the main market, on the 500 million, a billion fund, in EBITDAs above the 10 million, they will be out and they will leave us again the market. No? Because I'm talking with them and the type of deals that they are doing. Even, I would say that all the deals that they are doing, the seller will never sell a search fund because they are just they are looking for a partner to continue with his business. So they are not looking for 100% sell. Even though everything that, or how it's affected the PE market, somehow it's affecting us because there are more bidders in our natural market. However, all the continuation funds and so on, I think it's not affecting us. I think the exits in the search fund space is as healthier as never, right? It's true, we're maturing the number of acquiring companies, and now but we're seeing more and more exits in Spain. So I think in that sense, it's not affecting us. The continuation funds, they need to keep growing, and they need to creating value. And probably they are our natural buyers of our companies because they want to concentrate their markets. So I think it doesn't need to affect our liquidity when we're talking about search funds. The PE market is a different game.
What we are beginning to see as well is the beginning of some, and we're going to speak in one of the sessions about it, is some of the investors have been for a long time in certain companies in the search fund space, and we're beginning to see some secondary transactions, small ones. I think it's going to be more and more professionalized. I don't think it's going to be as continuation and single assets, but I think we are going to see some secondary transactions in this environment as well, which makes sense in the same context. I don't know if Mark wants to say something.
So for me to add, on Ricky's point, it's working weird. So Arcano just released, well, Bert, which is partner of Arcano, just released just today, I believe, an article on transaction on PE, and the primary transaction. So the first company of a sector of independent company that acquire increased 50%. The add-ons increased 150%. So I believe it's impacting to us somehow because what they do is they are just inflating their animal very easily at an accretive way for them. And so I think for us, there are some companies that we cannibalize, that they take from us, because they can pay more because their cost of capital is lower, and we're out.
Nico, you wanted to say something?
I agree with both. We're seeing many exits in the previous year and many conversations for the following months, years. But it's true that the mid-cap has gone down into the market. But I also see many sellers actually realizing what the search fund is and what do they bring to the table for them. And many sellers preferring to sell to a search fund rather than a private equity, regardless of a lower multiple, because they offer a succession, which private equities don't. That's what I've had in some of the last deals.
Enrique, you wanted to say something? No? Okay. So thank you, the four of you, for this amazing talk. And we're going to have a coffee. And then don't miss the third session with Seb doing as a very nice moderator. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
hola, hola, hola.
Los abogados siempre con retraso. Enrique. Well, good afternoon and welcome to this third debate. I'm Sébastien Chartier, the founder of Search Fund News, and I'm going to moderate this table about post-acquisition when reality begins. So thanks to ZEA for organizing this event. And today we will move beyond the search phase and talk about what really starts when the deal is signed, the messy, the human, and the strategic journey of becoming a CEO. Let me briefly introduce you our panelists. We've got two great searchers who successfully acquired their company 3-4 years ago. Jacobo Vera from Arcadio Investment, who bought Libnova. Alvaro de Rivera from Tilden Investment, who bought Grupo Espiral MSA. And after, we've got Javier, who will give us a point of view of an investor from Arada Capital Partners. And Enrique Chamorro, always the same lawyer, talking about different deals. So thanks all for being here. I'm used to be very structured, so I've prepared the debate in 4 different parts. We will first talk about the first 100 days when you land from the search phase to the company. We will talk after about governance on decision making, on talking about board, investors, on transparency. The third part will be regarding strategy and execution, when the time change, investment, how you attract people. And the fourth part will be about your growth and personal adaptation to your new role as a leader in the company. So now you have closed your deals, so let's explore what really happened after the closing, the real challenge, the decisions, and the transformation that define success. So the first question I will ask you is, what surprised you the most when you learned to the company? Jacobo. Oh, Alvaro.
Hello? The question is, what surprised me the most
when you land to the company?
When you land in the
What did
company,
you find?
I think two things. The first one is you have no idea what you really bought. In generic terms, due diligence, yes, they give you a very high level overview, but I really believe it's just the tip of the iceberg. And unless you really dig deep and get into the day-to-day battles, which happen over time, then you don't really understand fully the company. I mean, I think I've been running the company for 2.5 years already, and I still don't fully understand everything. And I think that I have a long way to go until I have full control of everything. So I think that was the first one. And then the second one is that even if you acquire the company, you're not really still their leader. You really have to gain the trust of the people because they are used to working for somebody else. In my case, I had a sole proprietary, so it was him that had been leading the company for many years. And he had made every single decision for over 14-15 years. So even if you have indeed acquired and legally speaking it is your company, it is not really your company. And it's going to take some time for that to happen. They still look at him for decisions, and the clients still reach out to him. And it's surprising how you really have to work hard to earn your trust and to make sure that your customers know that it is now you that is running the company. So I would say those were the two major surprises.
And what was your relation with the owner?
So the relation with the owner started very well, but it deteriorated through time. And I'll give it a little bit the context around that. I bought a software company, and the founder was really, in the acquisition process, was really pushing to have, to get paid for the potential of the company, not just the value of today, but also the potential of the revenues that the company could bring in the future because of all the things that they had done in the past. And so we thought that the best way to put that into the acquisition papers was through an earn-out, which we thought about a lot. At first we thought about EBITDA being the major KPI, but then we realized that EBITDA probably would lead to a lot of minor controlling and micromanaging from his side, because he's very interested in making sure that EBITDA figures comply. And so we changed it into ARR, which was more of a straightforward metric, because A is the most important KPI for a software company, but also it relates to sales and not to how I spend my money, which is a big part of management, right? So there was a big part of the money that was left in an earn-out, and what happened was that it is inevitable. I mean, I completely understand. You've been running the company for many years, and suddenly this guy comes and starts making certain decisions that you may agree or may not agree, and that depending on who you are and how you've been running your company, it may lead to frictions, and it was this case. First milestone was reached relatively easy, so there was no problem around that. But it was around the second and third milestones when he started realizing that the company was probably not going to make the numbers that he had initially envisioned, and he kind of put the blame on us. And the reality is we had only been running the company for 4 or 5 months, so it was not too realistic to say that it had been. I mean, I'm sure I made a lot of mistakes, but there are certain amount of limitations that you can have when you've been running for 4 or 5 months a company. So it's not like you have a huge impact. And so that's when relations started to deteriorate, and frictions arose, and it led to confrontations that are sometimes ugly and that lead to frictions. And again, it goes back to the point that I was making before. That's when you see the team that either aligns with them or aligns with you, and that can create a huge division in the company. So you have to be very careful, because it can lead to major divisions, which lead potentially to customers not getting the service that they need, which is the most important thing, right? So it was not a good story. We ended up reaching an agreement and getting him out of the company, and I think that was best for all of us. But in the process, obviously, we had to deal with a lot of ugly processes that unfortunately come when there are frictions between the seller and the acquirer.
Thank you. Alvaro, just wait a minute. I'm going to first ask to Javier and Enrique, because as you mentioned, the problem of the earn-out, I want to have your perspective as an investor. First, Javier. Most of the searchers generally try to have a 10-15% earn-out on the deals, and we see that there's a lot of friction. So is it good or is it bad? What's your position as an investor? And after, I would like your point of view, Enrique, regarding how you can protect it, on how you can solutionate the problem when it arises so quickly in a company.
So you mean the way that we get the previous owner in the company? How do we structure it?
No, earn-out. Are you in favor?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, actually, well, it's a way to include them. Earn-outs, I think it's a good way or something good, but earn-outs need to be achievable. I mean, those times when we receive a transaction and we see the sources and uses, and we see that most of the value, the enterprise value, I mean, it depends on an earn-out. I mean, that's great. The thing is this achievable or is it not? If it's not achievable, it's a matter of time that you're going to have problems with the owner. So the way like we tend to see earn-outs is a way to first delay some part of the price of the company, and also to mitigate certain risk that you need to talk with them. No? For example, if you have concentration with one provider, one client, I mean, put earn-out subject to that we don't lose that client or that provider, no? Or if he want to put in the value some revenues that are going to come next year, okay, let's do one thing. Let's put this as an earn-out, but something that is doable. Trying to trick the owner to get a cheaper price is not a good idea, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. What I advise to my searchers is that unless it is very necessary to use an earn-out, I do not recommend proposing it from the very beginning, but it is usually the best way to close the gap in terms of price. So sometimes the earn-out is the only way, by sharing the risk, that you reach an agreement with the seller, because you need to meet the expectations of the seller. So I agree, if they're not feasible, it's going to be a war. But I think it's the best way. It's like democracy. It's not ideal, but there's no other way to close the gap. Because sellers have a price, or they are told another price, and it's complicated. So the only way to close the gap in the price is through an earn-out, because then you're sharing the risk. So I think it's bad. It's probably, you're going to have problems or discussions, and even in the SPA, in the contract, you will have a fight over controlling or not controlling by the seller the management after acquisition, which is always bad, and you should always object to any kind of control. But again, when they have a figure in mind and you are not able to reach that amount, the earn-out is the answer.
Thank you. Alvaro, please share a little bit with us your first 100 days in the company, and explain us a little bit about what happened with the owners, because you just mentioned before that 6 of the old owners are still in the company 3 or 4 years after, so it's quite a special case.
Yes, hello? Hola. That's accurate. So in our deal, first, it took a lot of time to close. So I remember the first time that I was going to visit Isabel, who is the main founder of the business. It was going to be March 20, lockdown. So, and we ended up closing in October 21. So it was, as you can see, yeah, a lot of, like a year and a half. So obviously, I wouldn't recommend anyone to have such a long period of closing a deal, because time kills deals. But in this case, it really helped to know each other and know better the business. So when we finally acquired the business, we had developed a strong relationship, and obviously there were some surprises when I joined to the operations, but there were not huge surprises. One of the surprises that I can mention is that the company was not tracking the cash that they had in the balance sheet, in the banks. We had 15 bank accounts in 5 countries, and it was just a mess to understand how much money was in the company. And so one of the first things that we did, and it was easy, is just, hey, let's track the cash that's in the business. Apart from that, not so many surprises again, because there was a huge time spent in due diligence and in meeting the founders.
And Jacobo, how did you build the trust with the team, being with such a lot of problems with the old owner?
Well, the quick answer is by letting go most of them. Because at one point it's inevitable, right? If somebody doesn't want to work for you, they're never, like, no matter how hard you try, they're never going to want to do that. So it was very clear to me that I had to make a decision on who were the people that I was going to be able to build the company with, and who were the people that were never going to be backing me or the company in the direction that we wanted to take it.
What was the size of the company?
So when we acquired, it was about 85 employees, and today we are 116.
Wow.
So we had to let go some people and bring in a lot of new people that would be more close to what we wanted to do, right? And the idea was simple. I mean, you cannot let anybody hijack your plan and what you have in mind and the goals and the targets that you want to achieve. And you have to always, of course, give everybody a chance, but at one point you have to make harsh decisions, and those had to be made as soon as this happened. Those had to be made probably quicker than what I had initially anticipated. And then with the remaining of the team, it was more about getting all together and working all together and getting things done. It was a time in which we had to go through a lot because we were suddenly left without a company. Like I said, this guy had been making every single decision for many, many years. So he was the only one that had a little bit of the view of the puzzle, and everyone else just kind of saw the little pieces. And so trying to put that together and trying to make sure that we gave the service and we gave the answers to the clients that were demanding was a tough part. But when you go through tough times, it's when you really build strong relationships, and that has actually carried on ever since. So I think when the moment they saw me working with them, regardless of which area it was, no matter if it was finance or marketing or sales or even development or operations, and when they see you working with them, I think that's how you earn that trust that carries on.
But looking back, what would you have done differently in due diligence? Because generally due diligence is only regarding finance on legal stuff, but there is very few diligence regarding culture, regarding team. Would you have done? Would you repeat the same story, or would you do the things differently?
No, that's a great question. I think there were a lot of things that I didn't do well in the due diligence. I mean, the standard ones are very standard. The legal, the financial, all of those are very straightforward. But there are certain ways in which you can definitely look for patterns that may trigger some decisions. For example, doing a due diligence on the operational side, on how things are run on a day-to-day basis. It's complicated because sometimes founders do not want to give you a lot of access because they don't want to tell their teams that they're selling their company. So trying to retrieve that information is sometimes not easy, but operations are everything. And so trying to understand how is the day-to-day operations and how many bottlenecks are there and what are you going to inherit day one? I think that's one thing that is important. A second one that I would have done probably is a thorough review on the importance of the founder, right? I think this is super important also to understand how relevant is he for the day-to-day business of the company. Because if you have, in the case of Alvaro, he was mentioned there were multiple owners, but in my case it was only one. And it's not the same if you have one guy making every single decision or if you have a delegated team, a hierarchy that is a group of managers that are making decisions through government bodies that are more transparent rather than just one person having everyone in there, right? Those kind of nuances give you a perspective of what are the kind of things that you're going to find. And then the third one that I probably missed was one thing we learned was that he had overcommitted to a lot of things with clients to try to sell more right before selling the company.
Preparing the company.
And so what we inherited was that a lot of clients were demanding things that were supposed to be delivered out of the box, let's say, but they were clearly not out of the box. Were things that we had to bring in a lot of people to be able to work with. So, for example, leaving a scroll on, hey, is the company understaffed or overstaffed, or is the company the number of people in this company, is it the right number for the amount of commitments that we have with clients? And agreeing on, well, if it isn't, then you're going to have to probably pay some share on that too. I think agreeing on those kind of things would have facilitated things. But yeah, I think those were the three major things that I probably didn't do well, and that I would definitely, I mean, every time I talk to a searcher, I always try to incentivize.
Javier, I think due diligence is really one of the main concerns regarding the search fund business, which means that generally there are light due diligence only pointing some red flags. Do you find a lot of surprise after acquiring the company?
Actually, I wanted to add something to Jacobo, but it's related to what you just asked. And due diligence, normally you have, as you know, commercial, tax, legal, and financial, no? And the numbers that you have, hopefully you have a good scope of work and you have really good details, but once you land on the company, it's where real things happen, no? I was asked actually a few days ago, a company that we are, I mean, hopefully just about to acquire, if I could send them a 100-day plan. No? This is like typical theoretical paper that you prepare to see what are the to-dos that you're going to do in the first day when you land. I told them that I could share with them previous 100-day plan, of course, confidential and so on, but these 100-day plans really need to be tailor-made. It's not the same, for example, if you enter a company with 6 owners, you need to make certain things that you might not have to do if you have an owner that he's not too aligned with the way that you're managing the company, you know? And that extrapolates to many parts of the business. But if you see, one of the main problems or the main things that we are always talking around is people, no? So numbers, I mean, when we like to get involved when preparing this 100-day plan, we discuss, of course, what are the growth measures, so the main KPIs that we are going to value, what are the main growth drivers that we want to try to follow to make the company grow, the learning procedures, not to get to not 100% of the company, but at least the most that you can in those 100 days to learn about the business. But there's something very important, and normally we include it in the first 2 or 3 points. It's first people. No? So you don't get to know the employees of the company until you make the acquisition, and that's fair. I mean, the owner or the seller, he doesn't want to put you involved or mess around with their employees, because company might not be sold at the end, or he might just be afraid. No? So you really need to believe in the owner and believe in those key employees that he says that are key employees and that they are going to be aligned. Okay, one thing is what they say, and one thing is what you really are going to find out when you arrive to the company. No? So in this 100 plan, one first or second thing is get to meet everyone, have one-by-one meetings, try to understand who are the leaders within the company. Might not be the general manager of certain division. Maybe it's more, blue collar. I mean, depends on the company again, no? But maybe he doesn't have the role within the company structure that he really deserves as the influence that he can manage in the rest of the company, no? So identifying those people is key, no? And now getting back to your question, Sebastian, we discussed this actually in the coffee. Buying a business and not finding any issues or problems that you haven't seen in the due diligence. So really buying what you thought you were buying, that's a win situation. And that and it's true. Sometimes it's not that the seller is messing around with information. Simply he used to manage the company in a certain way that he didn't focus on something that it's going to be important for you. So try to learn, try to analyze, and try to be flexible, because problems happen, no? And normally, last thing, the good things are normally in the business plan, and the bad things are those that you don't plan. So.
And surprises arise even 2 or 3 or 4 years after acquisition still, so.
You're still
Yes,
working on
yes.
it. Enrique, do you want to add something regarding to the
Maybe the only thing I want to say is that the companies and the owners are very alike. If you mistrust the seller, the company will not be as you expect. If you don't like him, you will not. There are things that you don't like in the company. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't buy it. It just means that you should be prepared. And the other thing is that due diligence, you just see what you're given. I mean, you ask for everything, but you just check what they provide to you. This means that, and sometimes not because of bad faith, just because they don't know or they don't stress the relevance of something, you just don't see it. It doesn't mean, it doesn't really matter if it's financial or if it's legal. So be prepared, as Jacobo said. You will face surprises. But you should make the decision if you like the company no matter what. Because what you're going to find is not the same as you expect. It's not going to be perfect. That's for sure. But they will look very alike as the seller, as the owner.
Thank you. So once you have survived the first few months, the governance and decision making are starting. So let's talk about how you manage your board and define the first principal KPIs, strategy and everything. What was your experience with your first board?
Well, first of all, thinking about the board and also thinking about the earn-out, thinking about the relationship with the founders, it really depends on the deal. So it seems that search funds is just, okay, it's one asset class, but then every single project is different.
Every project is different, yeah.
So in my case, the board that we designed, it was a very small board, composed of three investors plus myself as the CEO. And in terms of management, I think there is no secret that it's advisable to be as transparent as possible. As Javier said, it's unlikely that there is no surprises at all over the first 2 quarters. So the sooner you are transparent with your board, the more trust that you will develop with them. Don't have much more to say about the board.
But regarding this transparency, is it only with the 3 or 4 members of your board, or are you also having the same transparency with all the different investors?
Well, I think the level of communication has to be different, right? So even though the vision has to be aligned among all the shareholders, all the stakeholders of the company, the way you communicate more or less details to your management team, to your employees, to the board and to the investors, it's usually different, right? So what I've experienced is that during the search, I used to have more one-on-one catch-ups with individual investors, whereas during the acquisition, clearly the board was the go-to place for questions, for reporting, and so on. So I would say that definitely the level of detail in which we go in the board is way higher than what we share with investors.
On Jacobo, in your experience, as you had bad things to communicate, how was the transparency with your board and with the rest of the investors?
Well, from day one, since all of this happened like very, very soon, I think it also really united us, right? And to me, the board has been an incredible asset, and it really saddens me when I talk to other CEOs that tell me that a great board for them is a board that doesn't push, or a board that doesn't really give them too many headaches. Because in my case, it has been, as a solo searcher, I understand that sometimes when you're a couple, you probably don't want to have a lot of people saying a lot of things. But in my case, going through all of this by myself and leaning on a board that was able to A, understand me, and B, support me, I think that was an incredible experience. The way I structure my board, I wanted to have a very operational board, because again, I was a solo searcher, 3 out of my 4 board members are current CEOs from search fund CEOs, actually. All 3 of them have successfully exited. And the 4th one is a very experienced person in the software industry. So bringing that operational value was great, but also bringing that understanding, right? Because they've all gone through similar processes, and they were able to understand right away what I was going through, and they were able to give great advice. And there is so much the board can do. I mean, they're not going to sit with you on a day-to-day basis, and they shouldn't do that. But they can give you so much comfort and confidence in that what you're doing is right, because sometimes you feel very, very, very alone in everything that you're doing, because you have to make a lot of decisions very, very fast. So to me, it has been an incredible asset, and I always push everybody that I talk to, searchers that are racing, to find a great board that pushes them, not just that tell them what they want to hear, but that also encourage them to get better, because I think the value that you get out of it is tremendous.
Maybe to add to that point, I had the luck to meet Jacobo from very early on, and as many searchers, we receive a lot of calls from prospective searchers that ask you about how to think about different stages of the search fund. And I never met a searcher that thought so much about the cap table than Jacobo. And I think it was the same with the board. And I think that's the CEO responsibility, right? So designing the board that really better meets the business plan that you want to execute. I wouldn't be surprised that under your situation with a very, very different board, probably the outcome of the decisions that I would have been taken would have been completely different. I mean, the confidence on investing in the team, investing in the people, thinking about optimizing ARR, you need to have people that in your board that understand that thesis, and that's one of the great things that I think Jacobo has done about designing a board that really supports the vision that he has.
Javier, how do you align on priorities, on expectation with the searchers? Sorry? How do you align on priorities, on expectation with the searchers from the board?
Sorry for that. The sound is not very good here. I mean, the incentives are really structured in the shareholder agreement, no? And that here Enrique can add maybe a bit on that. So what we really need to do is to find the partnership that they want to have. I mean, boards, in generally speaking, boards normally is the body that represents shareholders within a company. They can be independent, part of the company. That's the generally speaking board. No? Here, and it was also mentioned in a previous panel, it's a different kind of board. It's a board that also needs to be near the entrepreneurs, needs to be kind of coach sometimes, and also need to defend and rely. I mean, be a team where the searcher can rely on. No? Having an expertise, having a time, that's great, but alignment should be really part of the essence of that board. I mean, it's not when a board goes well that we are all friends and everything goes fine. It's when bad things happen and bad times come where you really see if the board is aligned with you, no? And where they spend time. Obviously, it's much better, and we have both companies. I'm actually part of both boards. The one that goes really good, and it's really, I mean, nice that afternoon when you have a 2 hours, 3 hours call, or you go to a in-person board and you discuss really fun things, no? The way that you are working, the way that you are going to be growing, all the growth that you expected that it has materialized this year. But we also have the other part of the table, no? The other part of the coin. Those boards where we have real problems. And you can see, and it was also mentioned in another panel, people that are from the ecosystem, they typically try to add value in those cases more than in the good times, because they really feel that the entrepreneurs, I mean, it's the first time you're a CEO, so it's something that the board needs to be there and needs to help. There are some patterns that you can identify when you see different companies. Of course, every company is different, and you need to be make tailor-made decisions for each board. But there are certain patterns that can be applied or can be identified in many boards. So, I mean, the alignment in those cases must be as hard as you can.
I agree with Jacobo. I'm the secretary of the board of Jacobo, and what I can say is that I take popcorn to the meetings because I learned so much. It's impressive. The vision, the support, the clarity, and I think it makes a difference. So maybe what I've been thinking lately is that when you build your cap table, you should not only think about the money and the deep pocket they have, but maybe also about those individuals, maybe the investors themselves, or maybe people related to them, that you actually trust, that maybe you can count with them for the board, because it makes, as Jacobo says, it makes a difference. Jacobo has explained it in a very light way, but what he had to face over the last 1.5 years was a perfect storm, and he is incredible, and he managed it incredibly, but the board was such a support, and it makes a difference. So think about that from the very beginning, even when you're building your cap table, I would say.
On Enrique, from your experience, you have been in many boards. Do you think all the boards are as supportive as they have been with Jacobo? Because we have heard in the sector some problems and some searchers have had with their board member. So what's your experience regarding other boards?
That's a tricky question. No, I think the Jacobo's board is exceptional. That doesn't make the others bad. But clearly what he had to face and the people he has, and many of them are ex-searchers, which maybe gives an additional interesting input. I think that's something you should consider, because there are people that have run the same journey as you have or you're going to do. But definitely trying to find people that are exceptional, and not just maybe financial people, operational people, makes a difference. So, I mean, there are many boards and there are good people all over, but I mean, building an exceptional board, maybe you don't need it, but if you need it, it will make the difference. That's it.
Okay. So now let's move to strategy and execution. How do you prioritize CapEx on new growth initiative? What helps you decide where you're going to invest the first things to grow the company after 1 year?
There wasn't any secret recipe or anything, so we had a business plan, and we executed on that business plan. Obviously, when you are trying to make decisions or investments that could have a strong impact in the business, you want to socialize those decisions first with the board. But in our case, it has been a matter of just executing what we've underwritten in the business plan, and there were not really
You have always followed the business plan.
Say again?
You have always followed the business plan.
Well,
you never had new opportunities to grow, to buy a company or whatever?
Not perfectly. We haven't exactly followed business plan, but it's true that we are meeting business plan. And one of the basics in the way I operate is that I try not to complicate my life too much as a person, as an operator. And just thinking about M&A, that's a huge mountain to scale, and that's something that we've already discussed in the board sometimes. But I think that it's so complicated to integrate different software businesses that we haven't thought about M&A. It was not part of the business plan. It's not something that we have considered at the moment. Important decisions that I've reviewed with the board have been, for example, the hiring of our chief revenue officer. It's not a capex investment. We are a software business, so we don't have huge capex opportunities rather than M&A that we are not discussing. But having invite someone to the management team that has a high salary, a high variable compensation, it's a decision that I wanted to discuss with the board, and I wanted a couple of the members of the board to interview that key executive, and I think that makes it easier to support the decision because you know that the board is already aligned. Obviously, the board is not going to do the work for you, but if you request some support, having additional interviews, I found that useful in my case.
No, in your sector, human resources or your capex, but how difficult is it to attract these key people? How difficult is it to attract people? These key people? Extremely
difficult, at least in my case. It has been very, very difficult, and it is still a challenge. We especially struggle with, if this is a funnel of candidates, I think that I'm happy with the progress that we've made in the evaluation process of the candidates, and we apply a methodology that is very common in the US, which is top grading, but having enough quality candidates on the top of the funnel that you go through that process is something that we are still finding challenging. We obviously try to tap on our networks. We try to use sometimes recruiters, but still it's something that we haven't found a way of scaling it properly. I admire and envy Jacobo because he's been able to attract a lot of key talent, and that's difficult to do. And one more thing that I would say is that in my particular business, given that the former owners of the company, those 6 sellers, they still operate, they are in the business, we haven't made a huge culture change, and we haven't made a huge change of the leadership team, and we are building on what we acquired. And that means that when we hire people, we have to be very, very conscious to see if there's going to be a cultural fit with the current existing management team. In other cases, I see other companies in which when the CEO starts operating, by making a couple of key changes in the management team, he or she is able to transform the culture and make it a very high-performing culture. And that's something that I think that in the case of Jacobo, I think he's executing great. But in our case, protecting so much the culture and the team that was already in the company before we joined the company, maybe is limiting us at the speed of acquiring new talent to join the team.
But what's your secret? How did you keep engaged 6 of the owners? How can you keep them motivated 3 or 4 years after?
It's a good question. So, first, the business plan that we developed.
Because they're not investors on the deal, or they have reinvested?
No, yes, that's a good point. Actually, all the founders, all the sellers, they roll over some equity.
They roll over some equity.
Under as one single vehicle to make it more cleaner. So there is some motivation by their equity investment. And then in the way of operating, again, my business plan was based on first respecting the culture, making changes in the process, start adding new executives in the team, but not making huge changes. And I think that has helped. If we had a very demanding and realistic business plan, then maybe we couldn't have met those projections with the existing team. But I think that we tried to find a balance in executing an ambitious business plan, but that we could execute mostly with the existing team plus some additions.
On Jacobo, in your experience, because as you have had so many troubles at the beginning, I guess that you have to change your business plan.
Yes, our strategy changed dramatically, obviously, after all that happened. But in the end, honestly, I think this is also one of the great things that the board has been very clear on. And going back to Alvaro's point of simplicity is, hey, our main goal here is just to build a great company. And building a great company goes around two major points. One is the team, obviously. You need to bring a new team, and I really believe on the cascade effect in the sense that, again, to Alvaro's point, if you bring a great C-level, they're going to be able to bring a great management level, and they're going to bring great executioners, right? And that's in the end what you want. But it all starts with who you surround yourself with, and attracting talent as a search fund enterprise where you're limited in terms of budget sometimes is not easy. And it's not easy when you're operating in the middle of nowhere or in a town that is not very attractive for great talent. So I really admire Alvaro, for example, that he has to attract people in Asturias versus me that I'm in Madrid, which is probably make it easier. Also, in my case, the company works 100% remote. So that also facilitates a lot of things, because I can have people in the US or I can have people in Spain, which facilitates in some things, but also makes it difficult in terms of how do you bring or how do you build a culture around a company that is working 100% remotely, right? So that's the team is the first key element, and then the second one, of course, is bringing added value to customers. Period. And that, in our case, as a software company, means having a great product and investing in our product and making sure that our product continuously evolves to be the best version available in the market. And that goes back to the first point. That takes a great team to build that great product, but also it takes courage, because you need to invest in investing in product sometimes means that it's going to go against probably your P&L results or your cash flow results, and understanding that and being able to see long-term or have that long-term vision. This is where I think the board, in my case, has been incredible, because they have really helped me go for that long-term vision and change and be flexible around our initial business plan, which completely was washed out after a few months.
Javier? Do you want to add something?
No, I mean, just to put a few conclusions, I mean, of the relation that the board should have, or the first thing that should be done by boards. I mean, and seeing it as an investor, defining the main KPIs at the very first moment is key. Trying to understand what's the 100-day plan and how to evolve when things change or when the plan doesn't go as it was really planned, it's also key. And having a long-term view, it's something that is a must. No? I don't really know what to add. I mean, things are what it is. The eyes and the hands of the investors in the companies are the operators. We are just investors, partners, but we need to rely on these guys. No? When Jacobo was explaining the tough times that he had, we at Capital, we are actually investors of LiveNova. It was 2-3 months. We are investors, but not part of the board, no? Just to be clear. So it was 2-3 months after he had all these problems that he mentioned when we really realized that the company was facing this trouble. No? So being aligned and being near, it's something that the board must do. And sometimes, and getting back to one thing that actually I discussed a few months ago with Jacobo, sorry, is that communication. Sometimes we feel that the CEO is the one that should be leading everything, and in this case, I think it's not the way sometimes might be, let's say, managed. No, what I mean is, you have a board, and that board is to help you within the business, but also within your investors. No, so having some board members that they also are the connection within the other investors might be something that helps.
I remember when I joined the first conference at Stanford, I heard that something that burned into my mind, that was hire slow and fire fast. Over the years, what I have seen, I don't know how slow you have to hire or how fast, and depending on the needs you have, but definitely firing fast is a good decision. Usually, it is what it looks like. If there is a rotten apple, it's going to get worse. If you don't have a good connection with someone that has a key role, I mean, you need to change it. Over the years, I haven't seen any searcher that has come to me saying, I fired someone too early. Always is, I did it, I waited too much. So I think this is an important truth.
Well, it's a contradiction, because most of the investors generally say to the searcher to just launch the company and during the first years not to do many changes.
Well, of course, it depends on the case by case. If everything is natural and fine, I mean, Isabel, the owner, the founder of Alvaro's, is the most beautiful person on earth, which is not the case on Jacobo. So definitely the company each of them found was different, and the decision you have to take are different as well. So if there is nothing to be done, you don't need to just take your machine gun and fire everyone. But if there is something you feel you need to do, don't waste your time, because it's going to get worse. It's never getting any better.
It was a joke. I totally agree with you. So just a last question. Now both of the company have grown quite a lot in the past 3-4 years since your aim. What were the hardest part for you to scale the company? What were the hardest part to scale the company? De hacerla crecer.
What were the other?
Las peores partes para hacerla crecer.
The worst part, the challenges to grow. In my case, I think our major challenge was not having a product that was scalable, and inheriting a product that perhaps, again, goes back to the due diligence, and to Enrique's point, you get as much information as they give you, right? And in our case, we even brought in our tech due diligence team from the US that was supposedly very good in doing tech due diligence, and yet they weren't able to capture all of the nuances that in the end make the day-to-day of the product. And so our major challenge was at first, hey, do we have a product that we can scale, that we can bring as many clients as we want and be able to give them the best available service? Or are we going to bring, because the worst thing it can happen to you is that you die of success, meaning you're able to bring in great clients and yet you're not able to deliver what you had committed to do, right? And so we didn't want to do that, and that means that sometimes you have to slow kind of your growth as you get your product ready to be able to provide the service. And that sometimes is not easy, because it's not easy to say no to a client that wants to work with you. But at the same time, you need to be able to work with those timings so that your product is ready, so that you give the best service when you have the client, because sometimes you only get one shot with a client, and if you're not able to deliver, then you might lose it forever.
I would say challenges to scale, mainly two come to mind. The first one is improving and changing processes while the business is going. So if we bought the businesses because we thought it was a good business, but obviously if you want to be ambitious and scale the business even higher, then you have to make changes. So how you make those changes while not breaking what is working? It's something that in our case, it just takes time, and many times you have like duplicity of processes until you eliminate the old one. But that makes you execute slowly. And the second challenge is, as we mentioned before, is talent acquisition. I mean, there are so many things to do when you are growing a business like this one, especially in software, that finding the right people in which you can delegate and that can execute and manage a team while not breaking what is working, it's difficult.
I mean, challenges, there are many companies that we face different challenges. Some of them, they are good challenges. For example, we have now a portfolio company that is growing well. I mean, organically, it's growing pretty well. And we decided in the few boards ago, I mean, this was mid last year, to raise additional debt in order to make a big build-up strategy, you know? And when I say big build-up, it's almost doubling the debt of the company and acquiring doubling EBITDA with all the acquisitions that we've planned, no? So that's, again, challenging, and it makes another kind of work. Some bad challenges that we faced in some portfolio companies came through people also. We have a company that most of the employees, and when I say most, say 95%, let's say, of the employees left the company in the first year of management of the new CEO. So he had to learn about the business, find the things that weren't going as it was planned, hire new people. So, I mean, challenges comes in very different ways.
I think the challenge is time now. We are over time.
Just to conclude, what will you give? What advice would you give to a searcher about to become a CEO? What is the best advice you can give him?
It's not advice, but maybe it's a conclusion or an outcome of seeing many deals. And I really think that it really depends, and that every deal is different. So the better that you know the company, the better that you know the founder, the better that you know yourself, you can try to define a business plan that makes sense for that company to you and the rest of the investors. And I don't think that, I think it's difficult to find one single piece of advice that works for every search deal. And I think that we two are two examples of different executions that both of them might go very well, but the way that we've executed have been different. And I would say to any searcher that it really depends on the deal that you bring, that you will have a different strategy or other.
In my case, I would say that if I had to choose one, I would definitely say surround yourself with great people. And that starts with your cap table. Be very, very mindful of who you bring with to that journey, because if everything goes well, they're going to be your partners for the next 10, 15 years. But also goes with the board. Again, bringing in a great board is an incredible asset. And also your lender, and also your team, of course. So if you're able to surround yourself with people that are smarter than you, work harder than you, and have just as much passion as you have, which is not easy sometimes, then things are going to go well no matter how much time it takes. So that is probably the advice that I would give.
Well, thanks a lot for your insight. I think the time now is finished. Do you want to have just one question, or you just close the debate? Is there any question? No? So thank you very much for your insight.
Okay. So hello, this is the last session of the day, and we could call it the elephant in the room, because it is the tax structure, which is always complicated. As I mentioned before, this is an American model, which is based on common law, which is quite more flexible in regulation, in terms of buying shares, in terms of amortizing shares, in all kind of sense. So when this model arrived in other jurisdictions, especially in continental Europe and Latin America, we had to face different problems. So I have here with me César Salagaray and Carlos Espinosa. They're both leading the tax department at DLA, and they are also experts in transfer pricing and valuations. So my first question to you guys is, why is it relevant for search funds that you provide not only tax advice, but also valuation and transfer pricing advice?
Okay, I'm gonna do this one because it's the easiest one, and then Carlos will get into the details. But I guess our role is quite easy to understand. We are the ones that try to find how do you say this, to save taxes, or at least to make it the more efficient as possible. So we kind of deal between two sides of the question. We are supposed to be the green piece of the puzzle. So we always need to think on two things that are how to save taxes and how to avoid risk, especially from the tax authorities, of course. And on the sides of the equation, there are you guys, this I think is your on the left, which are your requirements, your needs, your ambition to get the profits and the funds, and Enrique, who is the one that defines kind of the legal framework where we have to define our tax strategy. So we at some point need to attach to those rules and to your, let's say, your desires, which includes, of course, reducing as much as possible the tax payments. And on the other side of the equation, we have the bad guys, the tax authorities and the statutory auditors. So we need to find here, like, let's say, the balance where we allow you to define the strategy that allows you to pay the less taxes as possible, but in a way that is defendable before not only the tax authorities, but also the tax auditors. Of course, the tax authorities is easy to understand, because if you have different alternatives and we help you to go for the most efficient one, the tax authorities initially are not going to like it, so they are going to challenge that, and we are going to help you to defend that in an eventual tax audit or any kind of questions from the tax authorities. But in the past, we learned that together with the tax authorities, there are other guys that can come with kind of bad surprises, and these guys are the statutory auditors. And why is that? Because it sometimes happens that when you define the whole thing and you are happy with the arguments that you have to defend that what you're doing is fine, then the auditors come and say, okay, I'm going to change some of the things that you define, and I'm going to give it a different nature. For example, this is just a sample, so don't think it's something that usually happens, but what happens if the auditors come and kind of recharacterize one equity item into a debt item, just because they say that the nature is not clear, so they don't think that's equity or pure equity, and they move it into debt. So that's terrible, and the consequences sometimes are very bad and kind of destroy all the structure that you define. So answering your question, Enrique, what we are doing there is that because we have kind of a double mindset, we are tax advisors, so we think in tax savings, but also we are economists. Well, not me, actually I'm a lawyer, Carlos, it is. So we have some kind of economic language, and we can to put those things together to deal between you guys and the bad guys.
Yeah, just for adding a couple of things is, first of all, is talking about savings. No? One of the things that we have seen in a lot of search funds that we have participate, making evaluations and so on, is a complicated thing from a tax perspective, that normally you are seeking the savings and the short term, but normally we try to put everything in the context, because you should think in the long run, especially when you're thinking about a post-sale or there are different steps and different situations that you're going to face in the search fund structure. So one of the things that is very, very relevant is to understand that what is profitable in terms of savings in the short term cannot be in the long term, and it's a thing that you should take into account when you're starting to do these kind of structures. But also answering what Enrique was asking us, and as we have some kind of presentation with colorful things, we can show the next one, is talking about why transfer pricing experts. I mean, normally these kind of structures are analyzed by tax advisors and are analyzed separately by evaluators. One of the things that when Enrique involved us some years ago, probably it was a really good idea. Probably, I don't know if it was something of instinct or guts, or I don't know. At the end of the day, it was a really, really good idea, because the thing is, it's a matter of language, as Cesar was saying. The traditional tax advisor speaks in a language just talking about taxes. The evaluator talks about economics and valuation. And the tax administration does not understand perfectly valuation language. What does the people of transfer pricing provide here? And probably we are the only ones that are like integrated in this part, is that we have the language of both worlds. I mean, not 100% in each of them, but we know how they express themselves. We know what are the valuation techniques that they can use and they can approve. And we are, we know a little bit of both sides, and helps talking with the investors, talking to the searchers, talking to the tax administration, and knowing that when you are providing a valuation, a proper valuation that they can accept, is something that is putting you in a much better position than you were. Because, being honest, if you don't have a valuation, a proper valuation, if the tax administration comes, they will do theirs. And, it's not going to be benefit for you.
So I asked about taxes, and you answered with valuation. So why is the valuation so important? What is the context? What is the link between the tax advice and tax efficiency and the valuation?
Okay. How to address that? From a tax standpoint, the search fund structures are, let me say, quite simple. I mean, it is what it is. Actually, you are the guys that define the structure, so there are not many things that we can do. So we cannot suggest you things such as, why did you not migrate your IP to Panama and got a royalty and extract all the profit from Spain and things like that, because we are not allowed to do that. So we have very limited resources to provide you with tax savings. So the only way is to find savings between the transactions you do among, or against probably is not a very nice word, investors and searchers, in order to acquire shares of the company, and then, when the time comes, exit the company. So there is only a way to do that. It is reduce, in the most feasible way, the value of the shares that you need to acquire for the company in order to reduce cash flow and eventually the tax payments there. And there is only one way of doing that. It is evaluation. It's find a way where we evaluate the shares that you buy at the lowest value as possible at the first stage. We will talk about the different stages of that later, but let's say that there are 3 stages. The first one is the acquisition. The third one is like the time vesting, and we will talk about that. And the other one, and the one that is a little bit more difficult one, is the performance vesting. But when we talk about the first one, the critical part there is to say, I need to pay the less amount of money, because if there is any tax payable there, I wanted to calculate it over the smallest base as possible. And that's through evaluation.
So how does the valuation impact on the figures or the concepts between share capital and other elements like share premium? Or because the easiest way, if you ask anyone, it would be, okay, we have shares of the searcher and shares of the investors. The investors have a liquidation preference, so they go first, and the searchers go second. So we have Class A shares and Class B shares, and that's it. But what are the complications that we have if we just do that?
Well, we have a formula for that is magic. So you apply this formula, and then nothing else to do.
Thank you. Clear. Next question.
You can take a picture of it, but we got it from Google, so it's nothing relevant. This is the Black-Scholes formula to value options as just a joke, so of course it's not what we do. But it has some sense, and maybe the next slide explains things a little bit better here. So basically what we have is two different kinds of shares. The preferred shares, that is, well, it's easy to understand, they have a preferred dividend. So basically they have kind of a guarantee that no matter what, they will be the first in getting the profits from the company, whatever you define there. And then you have the ordinary shares, which are the shares that start to get profits right after that. I mean, don't have this kind of guarantee. So for us, when we are evaluating shares that represent the same company, there is a difference in value because the shareholders that have this kind of guarantee or this preferred dividend have a lower risk than the other shareholders. So basically we are talking about same expected returns in terms of that's the cash flows that you are projecting in your company, but with different level of risk. So the question, at least the easy question from a tax standpoint, is the lower level of risk, the lower profitability, and the other way around. The higher level of risk, the higher profitability. When we transform that into acquisition of shares, it's easy. I mean, if you want to buy shares that have the same cash flows with less risk, usually in the market you should pay a higher price. I mean, if you will choose for both, you will not pay the same price. You will be willing to pay a little bit more, or maybe sometimes a lot more, for the shares that are more secure or have more guarantees. So that's basically what we do. We kind of define what is the difference in price because of this risk difference between preferred shares and ordinary shares, and we identify a plus, a markup on those companies that have lower risk. And that markup, that additional price, is the portion that we allocate to share premium. Was that clear? Or a little bit too much?
So how do you divide then, how do you define what is the amount of share capital and the amount of that premium that gets this liquidation preference, preferred return, all these guarantees that you were speaking about?
Well, Carlos, this is the one that I'm going to pass you the microphone. When I want to explain it high level because, to be honest, there are many cases and you need to do this on a case-by-case basis. And usually when we try to apply the same model to the new project, it never works. We need to modify many things. But I guess what it is common to all these projects is that we kind of think about this kind of a put option. It's like, I mean, I know it is not that, but it is the most similar concept that I can think of when I try to define the risk. So if you think about the preferred dividends, you are thinking, somehow, I'm securing the guarantee to receive a dividend that is going to be accumulated until the end of the, whatever, 10-year period or whatever you define. And so I'm kind of securing an exit price. It's kind of the guarantee that gives you the preferred share. So for us, that's like an option. It's like I'm buying today shares that at some point are going to allow me to sell them, if you do, for a fixed price that I already know. So if you calculate a put option on that, it's going to give you the value of the derivative of the option itself. So if you compare that to a normal share, that's precisely the difference in value. I have the ordinary share and the option that allows me to sell it for a fixed price in the future. So the combination of those two items is the difference between ordinary and preferred shares. And that option is the one that we allocate to the share premium. But Carlos is the expert.
No. I think it was actually pretty good explained. So just for adding two things on the valuation is talking again about the tax authorities. I mean, these kind of methodologies are methodologies that they are used to. They know. So they are not experts talking about Black-Scholes or some other kind of methodologies. But what we try to do is from different paths to try to reflect this theory, that is the difference in terms of risk that different kind of shares or positions are in the company. And from that perspective, show to the tax administration that, look, from methodologies, from valuation techniques that are commonly used, we are using in this way, so if you don't like it, you need to propose me something different. It's not the case that we are not coming with anything. It's something that we are coming with, and you need to challenge it and tell me why not. Second thing that is relevant is that all the variables that are included in the model are variables that we extract from databases that they normally use. Okay? They are not pretty special. It's like, for example, Refinitiv Acom, Bloomberg, or so on. So we take these kind of variables and we show them that, for example, discount rates use, volatility, whatever variable that we're going to use in terms of growth. We normally rely on the business plan of the company, but we can do some things there. Are things that we can present to the tax authorities, and very important, they can measure them. They can understand what we are doing, and they need to challenge that. That's the thing that I wanted to just to add, because the theory was perfect.
Just to put you in context, what we saw in other models was just like a free allocation of value to the share premium and equity, and share capital. And the reasoning behind that is because, okay, if I'm talking about a relationship between two third parties, the two third parties are the searchers and the investors, tax authorities are not allowed to enter to discuss this valuation. So, I mean, I don't want to give you like a lot of tax context because I know how boring it is, but so you know, the tax authorities have a specific rule that says that they can enter to value transactions between related parties. When we're not talking about related parties, in theory, they cannot discuss the value, which makes sense. But that's not entirely true.
Because it's considered market value.
Exactly. Exactly. If I sell something to you guys and I don't know you, it's market value, even if it was too expensive or too cheap. It doesn't matter. You accept it. It makes fair market value. But there is kind of an exception here. If we can cooperate to get a result that for us is the same, but it is not the same for the tax authorities, meaning that, hey guys, you did this in a way that is kind of artificial, and I'm the one that I'm paying for it, then I can discuss that. It's what they call a simulation. So you guys agreed on something that is not natural to pay less taxes. And then they can come into that and question the valuation. So let's put it this way. Let me just use general figures. Okay, let's say that we are talking about allocation of 10% of the value goes to share capital and 90% goes to share premium. And you do it by free, like, okay, because it sounds reasonable, 1090. The tax authorities can come and ask you, why 1090? You could do it 100 share capital. What's the difference for you? And then they find that you are saving taxes there. Your only defense will be, it is not a related party transaction. Once they kind of attack that argument, you have no arguments to defend yourself. This gets the same result, but there is an economic explanation behind it. And it is made the other way around. I cannot do it 100% share capital because the value of the shares type A and type B is not the same. So I'm kind of obliged to give them a different value. So I'm basically following, as you were saying, arm's length value. So here the difference is that you have a business rationale behind the split between share capital and share premium. And when the tax authorities come to discuss that, as Carlos was saying, they will need to first, of course, challenge that it is or not a related party, but then secondly, they will need to challenge your valuation. And usually, we have more information, and we are the ones doing the first valuation, so we are kind of the ones we have more resources to do it. So for the tax authorities, it's quite difficult to challenge it if they don't have additional information. So it puts you in a clear, much more stronger position when the tax authorities come.
Let me...
Just one extra thing that is a thing that we have seen when we talk with our colleagues in different countries, in Netherlands, in UK, and so on, they normally think that their tax authorities are very, very complicated. But the thing that we have here in Spain is that our tax administration is creative. It's the only one that thinks far away from the law and thinks in new structures from their perspective. So we have seen applying what Cesar was saying in unrelated party structures, tax equity investment structures, and so on, when we're using valuation schemes with a department that is the transfer pricing department of the tax administration. They normally do the valuations. And they use that kind of techniques to challenge the value between unrelated parties. We have seen that in different contexts. It's one of the typical things, typical Spanish thing.
Trying to summarize what we're discussing to the audience. So the result of all this discussion is that because of the privileges of the contribution of the investors, we create what Cesar was explaining, the 90-10%. So basically we say 90% of the contribution of the investors is what we're calling here the share premium, right? That 90%, according to the valuation they make, it allows us to define that 90% of that contribution of the investors, because of the liquidation preference and the preferred return, that amount does not count as share capital, which is the option that Cesar was explaining, the put option. So we do not put everything into share capital. We define, according to the valuation, the amount that makes sense according to that valuation that will be contributed by the investors as that share premium. That share premium will be repaid first. This is the waterfall that you know from the search fund model. So that share premium will be repaid first with the preferred return. So once that share premium is fully repaid, plus the preferred return, then the rest of the contributions, which is the share capital, will start to be repaid. That allows us to do two things. First, dimension what is the amount of share premium, so contribution by investors that have a liquidation preference and those privileges. And second, because we reduce the share capital amount to a tiny amount, which is, let's say, 10%, when we ask the searcher to contribute their part to the first acquisition tranche, it is a small amount that can be contributed with no problem. Because if you have heard what is the problem of the taxes in continental European countries, is that as opposed to the American model, if you just provide the searcher with shares, no matter if it's the acquisition tranche or time vesting or the performance, at the end of the day, what our aim is that this is taxed as capital gain, right? But if there are shares that are regarded as a payment in kind, because at the end of the day, the model or the structure or the company is basically paying the searchers for the effort of searching, analyzing, buying, creating value, and selling. Everything is performance, and there is no argument to defend the capital gain. So, because of this valuation of this model, what we're saying is, because of the different value of the shares or the contribution of the investors, because of that liquidation preference and preferred return, we can not use just shares to that contribution, but use another figure, which is the share premium, right? That share premium will be repaid first with the preferred return. So 90% of the contribution of the whole project, which is only the investors one, will be contributed to a share premium that will be repaid first. So then only 10% of the whole contribution will be assigned to share capital. That means that if we have a 10 million equity, if we have 10 million share capital, the 10% or 12 or 8% of the searcher will be close to 1 million, which is an unimaginable amount to disperse. But because of this valuation and using of different concepts, and the share premium allocated, for example, to 90%, we reduce the equity amount from 10 million to 1 million. That means that if it's 1 million, 8% of 1 million, or 8.3, is 83K. And that is a manageable amount. That is something that we can play with so that the searcher can actually subscribe those shares upon acquisition. And because of those concepts between premium, based on the liquidation preference and share capital, based on the valuation that is made by these guys, we can defend before the tax authorities that this is a structure between third parties, but it's not just invented out of the blue, because there's a system behind that explains why, according to the projections of the company, the debt of the company, the equity contributed, it makes sense that 90% in this example is allocated to share premium because of liquidation preference. And that is what gives us the argument and the method so that the searcher can subscribe the shares for their tranches. Now we discuss the different tranches, because most of the allocation, most of the contribution of the investors is made to this share premium that is like a concept of put option that Cesar was explaining. I tried to explain this in other words because these guys are too clever for me. But then I have a question. Okay, I can see that this is easy to be done upon acquisition because we are funding from investors the money, and then we split between share premium and share capital, and then within the share capital, we decide how many shares are allocated to the searcher and how many shares are allocated to the investor. Fine. And these are manageable figures that we can actually contribute. And we are okay somehow that the performance vesting is very difficult to defend before the tax authorities, that this is not a performance vesting, because as its name says, it is because you create value and you sell the company for a higher price. So it's very complicated to defend before the tax authorities that this can be taxed as capital gain. But then the elephant in the room is, how do we manage the time shares? Because the time shares, by definition, are shares or economic value or right assigned to the searchers because they're staying in the company, because they're managing the company. So in my view, it is very difficult to defend that this is actually can be taxed as capital gain, because the reason, the core of the reason of those shares to exist is actually they're managing, staying in the company and managing the company. So, and this connects with the question of the 2 tranches and the 3 tranches. Because of this complication, the Spanish market and some other markets pushed to the 2 tranches so that half of the contribution of the vesting of the searcher is assigned upon acquisition and the other half is performance. With this, we make a clear cut between what can be easily subscribed upon acquisition in the way we explained before, and what is undefendable because it is pure IRR. But we know that the search fund model was created with 3 tranches, and it is the beauty of that model is that it is more aligned with aligning more the interest of the searchers and of the investors. So how, now to you after this 5 minutes of glory, how can we work on or defend that the time vesting are actually not pure performance? Or, I mean, it's a difficult fight. That's why the discussion is on the table.
Well, we use the typical traffic light colors there, so you may see green, orange, red. Just one thing that I want to say, red doesn't mean don't cross, meaning call us before cross the red light, because there are ways to it, but it's a little bit more risky. But it has a lot to do with the level of risk that we are bearing. The green one, which is the acquisition, the first one, we already spoke about that one. But there, the challenge was different. The challenge in the first stage was the allocation between share capital and share premium. The lowest amount that goes to share capital, the better. Easy. We help you to do that. The second one is different, because there is no more discussion about share premium. You are the only ones, talking about searchers now, that are acquiring shares. So there is no more split. There is no share premium anymore. So we need to think, when do you pay taxes when you get shares? Of course, if you have your own money, it's a matter of cash flow. You have money or you get the access to finance, it's a matter of how much do you have to pay for that. So it's not a tax issue, it's more a finance issue. But if you don't, there are two ways. Either the company gives you the shares by free, or the company sells, the company or the group sells the shares by a lower price. The tax income, the amount that is going to be taxable there is, if they give it for free, is the whole amount. If they give it for a discounted value, is the difference between the market value and the price that you actually paid. That's the taxable amount. So what we need to do is basically two things. First, defend that the value of the shares is the lowest. So don't get very optimistic with your projections here, it doesn't help, okay? The second one is to prove that there is not actually a discount, that the price that you pay for the shares is actually market value. And there are many ways of doing that. One is, again, limiting the valuation, and the other one is finding, let's say, arrangements that allow you to freeze the price on day one when you make the acquisition for the time vestings. So no matter what, and that again depends on a case by case, but that's what we need to do. Help you on being kind of pessimistic with the value, to don't put on the table that there is kind of a huge gap between the amount that you pay and the actual market value, or demonstrate that you have the right to value those shares at a fixed price. It doesn't matter what is the market value. I know you don't like this, but it's just to make it a more easy to understand. If you have a call option, let's say to buy those shares for €1, and I know I don't say that, but it's just to make it more understandable, okay? We are supposed not to say this, but anyway, if you have a call option to buy the shares for €1 and the fair market value of those shares is 100, it doesn't matter. For you, the value is €1, so you can do it. So if we find this arrangement without threatening, the whole search fund structure, or we help you to say the value is not as high as we want, there are ways to avoid taxation. So again, it's a matter of making good valuations during the time vesting to allow you to pay the less taxes as possible.
No, and I mean, and there is also a challenge, a potential challenge, when you are in the last situation, when you are after the performance vesting, if you are trying to sell. I mean, that's a challenge, just for rising up. If you sell the company, and in that sale of company, the difference between the valuation that you have done and the market value, what you're selling the company, that will be a problem. So also you need to keep that in mind. If you are going to exit in a time you're going to sell your shares, keep in mind that the valuations that we are doing in the previous stages are in line with that result. Because if not, the taxes are going to appear in the last situation, or they are going to correct you the past.
But let me get this straight. So how do you get the shares? How do the searchers get the time vesting shares? You make evaluation every year.
Well, I mean, you first have to tell us how are you going to fund that acquisition. And let's say the investors are going to help the searchers to get the shares. Let's assume that, okay? How are they going to help them? They're going to sell it, as I was saying, at a reduced price, or give them the shares by free or a very, very low price. So, okay, we already know that if you do that and you don't pay attention, you may have a salary that is going to be taxable. So what we do there is...
The salary will be the difference between the value that you paid and the real value and the market value of the shares.
Exactly. So to avoid that, what we do is to reduce that gap. Again, so what do we do? Those four values, I mean, I'm not saying that we're inventing the value like that. I mean, there are tools that we can use to leverage that valuation, kind of terms of what is the risk of this in the future, what is the actual difference between the original acquisition and now, so many variables that we can consider to reduce that gap. And that's basically what we do, is reduce the gap. So those four valuations need to address that. It's just reduce the gap between fair market value and price paid.
Okay, so what you're saying is you make a valuation upon acquisition, and you already foresee that you will be doing valuations along the way, and they all need to be consistent, but you will try, when you do those valuations, to close the gap as much as possible between the market value and the allocation value. And they have to pay taxes for that?
On that difference.
On the difference. So basically what we're doing, or what we're saying is, because of the valuation being done upon acquisition and along the way over the years of a time vesting, there is a strategy, or let's say a consistent argument of valuating the shares over the time that allows us, instead of waiting to the very end and pay for the maximum personal income tax for the whole gap between the acquisition day and the exit day, which could be 10 times, we make valuations along the way where we, in a consistent way, we try to close the gap between, at the time of the value of those shares, at the time of the allocation, and the real value. So you're actually paying taxes in advance for an amount that is much lower than the amount that you would pay if you would wait until the end of the road when the exit comes.
That's it.
And for that are the valuations.
Yes, or the thing that is tricky one.
Yours.
Mine.
Yeah,
that
the
is
crazy one.
An arrangement that allows you to fix the price on day one. Let's think about the call option again. That is not something that I can say in front of Enrique, but it's a way of thinking. I mean, if I have this right from day one to buy shares at a fixed price in the future, there is no capital gain, there is no salary, because I just pay the fair market value. Anyone that owns that right will be entitled to get the shares at that price. So if we are allowed to design that, then you don't care about the fair market value because you have your own price for you.
So what Cesar is saying is that if going to 2 tranches is very conservative, going through valuations along the way is less conservative and a bit more risky, but can be structured and can be argued and defended before the tax authorities because of the valuations and the closing of the gap between the market value and the allocation value. And then we have the more risky concept that can be analyzed, which is making a valuation upon acquisition and fixed evaluation that already considers that you will be getting shares along the way, so that that valuation actually is enough for the rest of the time vesting, which is obviously a more aggressive, but probably requires a different type of valuation at the beginning. So instead of being, so we have the super conservative, which is the 2 tranches, we have a less conservative, which is making valuations along the way, and then we have the more aggressive, which is trying to explain the whole concept of the search fund model of the 3 tranches, of in this case, tranche 1 and tranche 2, in the initial valuation, so that when the tax authorities come, we explain that the model and the valuation already explained and considered the whole project, which is obviously more risky, but
more efficient.
And more efficient. So at the end of the day, as we were saying in the beginning, there is no bulletproof structure. We have played with different structures in the search fund model over the last 10 years. None of them is perfect. The only important thing is that anything you do can be argued, is definitely sustained or supported by a valuation from a third party, because at the end of the day, the valuation these guys do for the company, it is on their reputation, right? They signed a valuation that for the tax authorities is not your own valuation, is a valuation made by someone that is a third party, totally independent, right? And that structure should be then defended before the tax authorities to make it efficient. But at the end of the day, is a question of risk. The risk of you guys, investors and searchers, what you understand makes sense according to the project. We can make the more conservative, the most conservative, the middle ground, or the more aggressive. But we need to be able to explain that to you so that you understand the concept and the risk. And again, as far as I know, is there any track record of investigations or sanctions to any kind of these structures from the tax authorities?
Not in place. I mean, we have seen some kind of audit questioning, but it has nothing to do with taxes, but nothing.
This is something you need to understand. Tax lawyers always play with risk because, of course, they are more concerned about risk than any other lawyer or advisor. So there is no track record of sanctions. We can imagine what structures are more aggressive and more conservative according to the experience we have with the tax authorities. But at the end of the day, we need to play as we move. And if the tax authorities react at some point, then we will have more information about what counts, what works, and what doesn't. But at this time of a state of play, we just need to use common sense and structure that are well thought and well explained so that you can play and you can understand the risk that you are bearing with this structure.
Just something about the risk is pretty fast, is that when we value the risk, we consider that there is a 100% probability that you're going to be audited, and then we speak after the tax authorities called you. So only when they call you and we consider that you're in a safe position is when we propose something. We never play with, well, they won't see this, probably if you kind of, don't make much noise, they won't call you. No, we are thinking always that they are going to call you and you're going to try to defend it before the tax authorities.
So 2 last questions for you. You know that the searchers use databases for their search, and one of the reasons of the success of the Spanish model, along many other reasons, is that the information in continental European countries, because it's a more conservative legal structure, there is a lot of information online. So searchers work with databases when they search. But as far as I know, you work with databases as well. So what kind of interaction could there be between the searcher's effort using databases and you managing databases all the time?
Being totally honest, we have interacted with some searchers talking about the search procedure that you normally have. And what we have seen is let me start over. We normally use databases for a different but similar purpose. We normally use databases for, first of all, look comparable entities to what is the entity that we are analyzing in a certain market. So we are used to use filters using the same databases. Bureau van Dijk ones, now Moody's. So is now Sabi for you, or for the one that are searchers, we use the worldwide one, Orbis. It's the same, but same strategy. What we use the database for is for seeking entities that are comparable to another one. So we know different ways of filter information from the database. And what we have seen in the searchers industry is that normally you play with huge amount of information, like 10,000, 30,000 companies, so on. What we have done with some searchers was to do some brainstorming. To share practices that we normally do and think about if those practices make sense in your world. For example, things that we have talked about and probably make sense or not. One is, why not taking out some related parties that are, group structures? Why don't you take subsidiaries out, for example? Because normally subsidiaries of a group is not going to be possible to be acquired. Or yes, it depends. How to analyze different metrics, how to seek within a specific industry. There are some ideas that might be shared as the tool is the same. That the tool that we are using is exactly the same that searchers normally use.
Actually, some searchers like to although usually in the market like Spain, because of the size, they are sector agnostic, but logically, because of the background of the searchers, or because they have bias in favor of some sectors. Is that something that you consider you can help with? Like helping searchers to define a better way to search or to identify target companies within specific sector or within specific metrics?
We have tried with them, and there are some useful results that we have seen for not being too, cocky or something like that. we know that it's a complicated approach, but we have seen some things, and especially talking about potential international expansion. I mean, opportunities abroad from Spain, because what we know is that the database that normally is used here is SABI. SABI is only Portugal and Spain. So there are potential opportunities in different markets, European markets, or worldwide. You go to Latin America or something like that. But in European countries, there are also opportunities, and you can also have some good sector information of the development of the business that you are acquiring. For example, if you are seeking entities in a more developed country that is, 2 years away from the Spanish one, you can see the evolution of your business, or you can have extra information. So, answering directly your question, probably we are able to help refining or providing some extra ideas to the table, not substituting the current procedure because it's very, very tested, but yes, to provide different angles to complement the selection of the target entity.
So, for example, in the previous session, Álvaro de Rivera acquired a company which was based also in 4 Latin American countries. Would that be something that, and of course they rely on the information in Spain and Portugal, you said, but they cannot see the information abroad. That is something that you could see.
Yes.
And you could provide intel in terms of, hey, you are selling or you have a subsidiary in Colombia, in Brazil, in some other countries, and we can provide you with information of that sector in that country that you have no access to.
And the companies as well.
And the companies itself.
Yeah.
So that would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And also when we talk about potential opportunities that we have seen in the post-M&A and the post-acquisition, especially when we are talking about group structures, that's our main goal normally. But yeah, it's a possibility.
So that's interesting. How can we help after acquisition? How can we make the structure more efficient? Because we have this complicated structure when we buy and with all the time vesting and the performance vesting, but now we acquire the company and we know that because of this being a leveraged buyout, there are many taxes that cannot be deducted because they are transactional and not operational. How can we help the companies, the search funds, to be more efficient after acquisition?
I will not take advantage of the previous conference of what Álvaro said about the cash in different places, and because probably it's going to kill us if we say, put a cash pool in. No, it's going to kill us. So what we can do is to structure several kind of charges, intra-group charges, to make most efficient the structure after the acquisition. One of the things that we normally see is that the best moment to make tax planning is when you acquire, because the value of the entity is at market value. So it's the best moment if you want to move anything to any part. 1 year after, you are going to have issues. At the very moment that you have acquired, that's the perfect timing. But we have done a lot of things, moving of intangibles, services model, financing models, a lot.
I guess just on the same line, and pretty fast, I guess if we talk about tax savings during the acquisition stage, in the post-acquisition, the savings are huge compared to the previous ones. For example, we have seen companies, and we have companies to save tariffs when they are sold to the US, basically to eliminate tariffs practically to zero, and that's very important. As Carlos was saying, sometimes, and especially when you talk about technology companies, you find IP, so we help you to put that IP in the best place. IP usually has special tax regimes that allow you to have benefits. Now a good place to have intangibles, for example, is the US, which is quite weird, but it works really well. I guess much better than Spain. So we help you through those transactions to allocate the profits in the most efficient place where you have different companies. That's when you're international. When you are national, what we help you is through this same allocation of profits, we help you to improve your cash flows or improve the use of tax credits in the best way possible. And those benefits are usually considerable.
Okay, I think we are running out of time. I don't know if you have any question in the audience. Contaba contigo.
Thanks for being brave to tackle such a difficult and uncomfortable issue. It's on the process and the valuation of the option. For an option, you need a strike price, but I don't know at what price I'm going to sell the asset. You need maturity. I don't know when I'm going to sell the asset. I think I know what you are doing, but I want to confirm, given that we discretionarily have decided that we want to allocate 90% to share capital, 10% to share premium, what you are doing basically is playing around with the variables of the Black-Scholes of the option to get to this output. Is it so or not? I.e., if I do an acquisition, my strike price and maturity will be different from his, which one can be 4 years, the other can be 8 years, as long as we get to the 90-10. Is this correct?
Everything is correct, except one thing that you say, what we play with the variables to get to the 90-10. So I'm going to explain that. I don't want to give you the formula because I saw two guys from Ernst & Young there and I don't want to give them the answer. But basically what we do is we make kind of a simulation of a strike price. We don't know where are you going to sell the shares, and we don't care. What we think is that we know the underlying value, that is the amount that is going to be contributed by the investors. We need the term, which is 10 years, and we can imagine the strike price, because it's only the price that is guaranteed at some point that is basically the preferred dividend and the preferred exit. So what we say is that you pay 7, and in 10 years, you're going to be allowed to exit for, let's say, 15, which is basically what you are going to kind of guarantee to get, or the preferred dividend. So we say 7 versus 15, 10 years, and volatility. That's what gives us the value of the put option. So, but we don't play with it because at some point we need to justify. I mean, if we do it that way, the tax authorities, I mean, they don't study that much anymore, but they are still very clever. So what they do is they look at the result and then start asking questions about where did you get the volatility? Where did you get the strike price? Prove it to me. So we don't have the resources to prove that, then we're dead.
And then the second question is for the valuation and the possibility of, I like the spectrum of you go with 2 tranches, you go with valuation of along the way, or fix the price on day one. Question: isn't it an issue that the plan or the valuation that I give to my investors will be significantly different from yours, the one that I will get from you? Can they dispute that? Is there a precedent? Thank you.
Yes, it is. That's why we always tell you, please don't be very optimistic. But what we do is play with the likelihood. We usually, guys, we have seen that you play with different scenarios, like the pessimistic, base case, and optimistic. And then we're capable of giving some kind of likelihood to the possibility of those scenarios to become real. And we can do 2 things. First, you give us your own estimation of that likelihood, or we look at the past. What happened in previous search fund structures? And we can, I guess we have this annual report where we get information on what was the likelihood. So we play, let me put it this way, when you talk to the investors, you show them the optimistic scenario, but you have the 3, and probably they have access to the 3. What we do is we say, okay, the more optimistic you get, the less likely to happen. So putting that likelihood into the equation is what drops the value significantly. But of course, and just we cannot give you a value that has nothing to do with the information that you share with investors, because otherwise it's going to be kind of a trap.
Any more questions?
Thanks for the very interesting discussion. I may have missed something, and I wanted to clarify. So apologies if I did. But what's the advantage of the, let's call it medium risk advantage of the spectrum you described, which is the periodic valuation exercises versus a one-off valuation from the beginning until the very end of the period in which you vest your 4 quarters of shares, years of shares, sorry. Ultimately, you're going to perceive that value uplift along the way, be it taking a picture at the beginning and at the end, or periodic pictures. There will be a value uplift. So what's your saving? You're ultimately paying smaller amounts of tax in more opportunities versus a larger sum at the end. So I don't quite follow what the saving is there.
Let's take as example, there is a panel tomorrow with 4 or 5 searches that already exited. One of them made 10 times. As you can imagine, the growth of the value of the company was exponential, right? So probably it was sold, I think, between year 3 and 4. Probably at year 2, there was no valuation. There was capturing that value, because at the end of the day is the software company or whatever private equity that comes that is ready. Remember that the search fund model is usually paying between, let's say, 4 times EBITDA in the super great scenarios, even less, but usually 5, 6, 7, 8. But aiming to a buyer that is willing to pay double digit, 12, 15, 18, 20. So, of course, if you wait until the very end, there will be again a market value, undisputable market value, that will determine the gap between the subscription price and the exit price. And you will pay for the full amount. If you do a one-shot valuation at the beginning with a reasonable projection into the future, or if you do valuations along the road, of course you will benefit from the uncertainty in relation to valuation that the company will have as it is growing. Because until there is some crazy private equity that comes and pays 10 times, there is no reason to determine that the company is already worth 10 times. So you may say it's 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, which is already an incredible growth along the first 4 years. And then you're saving the difference between 2, 3, and 4, and 10.
Yeah, no, that's clear. My only question is what's the last step, right? When you do sell the company, ultimately the tax authority will see that step up to 10, 12, 15 times, and you will have to pay at that point, even if along the way you were hovering around the 2, 3 time money multiple, or whatever we want to call it. That's my main question.
Okay, I guess I think I understand the question. Basically, it is because there are different tax rates for what we call capital gains, sale of shares, and salary income. Salary income, what is when you receive money from the company or free shares, that pays 50% tax rate around. Okay, 50% is the worst case, but it's around 50%. When you get a capital gain on sale of shares, if you're a Spanish tax resident, that would be around 25. And if you're a non-resident, or maybe you have very good accent, and I don't know if you're Spanish or not, whatever, is that if you're a non-resident, you may pay up to 0%. So what we try to do is first reduce the base, but also change the nature of the income that you get from salary to capital gain to drop the tax rate half of it.
All right, now that makes sense.
Okay.
I appreciate it, thank you.
And it is common that capital gain in almost any jurisdiction it has a better taxation than personal income tax. But this problem is very European or very continental European law or mentality, also exported to some Latin American countries. That's why we're discussing this problem here, which is not a problem in the US as they born the model. Because of this gap and this mentality between one and the other.
Thank you.
And of course you pay more taxes, even the highest, I mean the 50% is very European.
Yeah.
50% outside Europe is crazy. Even in Europe should be crazy.
No, a quick sample, a US tax resident that owns more than 5% of the Spanish entity will pay 0% upon exit. So that compared to a salary income that pays 50 is huge. Yeah.
More questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is it.